Welcome, everyone. Today is Wednesday, September 14th, 2011. You are tuned in to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County. And we are about to start our meeting with a presentation of Digital Counties Award. I will read the brief introduction to this. The 2011 Digital Counties Survey recognizes leading examples of counties using information and communications technology to identify best electronic practices among counties nationwide. Pickens County will be recognized as a top 10 finisher in this year's survey. So, Jim Considine, the head of our joint city-county IT department, if you'd like to come forward and sit up at the front desk, and the people you're there with, and say a few words.
Hi, I'm Jim Considine, IT Director for Pickens County, and it's my pleasure to introduce Andrew Moynihan with McAfee, and he works with the Center for Digital Government and is here to present the award to Pickens County.
Well, thank you, and I should invite Phyllis up to the table as well. I think you've been our Internal Services Director and helped contribute to the plan as submitted, as I understand it, so sorry about that. Thank you all for being here. Sir?
Thank you. Yeah, some prepared remarks from the Center for Digital Government.
And just introduce yourself for the
Andrew
cameras.
Moynihan from McAfee. I'm one of the representatives of McAfee for the state of Colorado.
Thank you.
We're a sponsor of the Center for Digital Government and this award program that they run. And we're honored to be here to present this to the county this morning.
Thank you.
So I've got prepared remarks about the award, the reasons why this award was given to you, and a couple of thoughts at the end about what I think it means in the context of Colorado.
Please continue.
So on behalf of the Center for Digital Government and Digital Communities, the Center's local government program, we would like to extend our congratulations to you for your top 10 ranking in the 2011 Digital County Survey. The Center for Digital Government is a national research and advisory institute on IT policies and best practices in state and local government. And it's a division of eRepublic, which is a national publishing event and research company focused on public sector innovation. The publications they're well known for are government technology, public CIO, and governing. And in my world of working with state and local governments, they're kind of like the go-to organization and respected people in that world that people know and trust. Now in its 9th year, the survey recognizes the successful achievements of counties and the accomplishments of elected officials, the political executives, and staff. Each county describes accomplishments and planned improvements using technology to enact jurisdictional and departmental goals and improve life for government employees, citizens, or both. The sponsors are reviewed and judged by a panel of national experts. Top 10 counties provide the best examples of information and communication technology is used to support and provide public service as part of their overall strategic priorities and operational service delivery strategies. Specific attention is focused on their accomplishments and future plans for public safety, social and health services, natural resource management, economic development, and administrative efficiencies. A few of the things judges found impressive about the work being done in Pickens County included it was recognized the importance of technology in delivering quality service to its constituencies early on. This year's accomplishments include the virtualization of 40-plus physical servers that will reduce technical complexity and support costs while enhancing disaster recovery capabilities. Public safety itself adopted Google Apps to enhance mobility and serve as a pilot project for cloud utilization and imaging technology, and was brought online to speed implementation and restoration of PCs. The county will place core network switches that support the metro area fiber network. This fiber network is shared with the city of Aspen, and each entity has acquired a core switch that works together to provide network services and redundancy. Future plans include expanding the fiber up to 10 gigs of capacity, which is pretty significant, increasing both speed and overall service delivery. Public meetings are going to stream live to the internet. Additionally, Pickens County has set a good example for the rest of the country through its commitment to collaboration with other entities in the county. This applies to all aspects of the county's mission, including health and human service, finance, public safety, community development, housing, and transportation. Competition for the award is fierce. I was saying to Jim beforehand that I think there's hundreds of surveys that are received by the Centre as part of this effort, so there's a lot of people that vie for this award. So well done and congratulations on making the top 10. And thank you for the information technology services you're providing for your constituents. In terms of what I think it means in the Colorado context, I work with other cities and counties and state organizations in Colorado. And to me, this award is in many ways about innovation. In my world in high tech, innovation is rarely done effectively and consistently in large organizations. It's almost always done in smaller or startup organizations. And it's because that environment is where things can happen quickly and change can happen and really affect things that impact what happens. And we're in a world right now with budgets and resources in state and local government where innovation needs to happen. I sit often in meetings throughout the state where, in a given city, there's going to be a department of IT for a city, another department of IT for a county, another department of IT for the K-12 school district, another department of IT at the community college or the higher ed organization. And I think I sit there in my simplistic world and wonder, is that really the best, most effective way to use resources? And I think it behooves upon ourselves as citizens that we should encourage the shared services model that's been implemented here throughout the state. So, what I'd say to you twofold is, first of all, I'm sure you're doing already, is encouraging and supporting the IT efforts in the state, in the county. It can certainly make a big impact on delivery of services. But secondly, as you're talking to your peers around the state, please evangelize, what you're able to achieve here. I hear, saying to Jim beforehand, I hear talk about shared services and being able to do things a bit better and more efficiently. The action that's taking place here, I think, is really quite key and should be a message that everyone in the state hears. So once again, congratulations on receiving the award.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you two want to come forward and then you can hand it to them on the cameras.
We were going to hand it to you.
Oh, well, I'll take it with you. You come on up and we'll all take that. This is an honor, and we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are constantly proud of the work of our staff, and they're self-initiating on many regards and always looking out for the best interest of our citizens we serve and the efficient use of our dollars. So again, congratulations and thank you for this.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
One more picture with.
Yeah, let's get everyone in.
Thank you.
Michael and Jack, you guys want to come over so we can
Pollute the picture.
Squeeze
squeeze in? Okay.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
I wasn't even drinking. That's good.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you.
That picture.
Put this away. Let's let them have it. I think after. Well, I hope you get to enjoy some of the fall weather up here and the sights as you're heading back out. And thanks again for making your travels all the way up here. Okay. We will now move on to the question, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We have one deletion to the agenda. It is item number 5 under consent actions. The property owner has asked us to pull that from consideration for today. We anticipate it'll come back in the near future.
Okay, we're working out a few more details. Thank you. Do I have a motion to pull ordinance number 5, ordinance vacating a trail easement on the Sparvik Lot 1A and accepting a new trail easement?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, we have removed that from today's calendar, and that didn't need a date certain. It can just, because it was consent action.
Yeah.
Thank you for the advice. We will now go to public comment. Are there members of the public here to comment on items not on today's agenda or on today's agenda if briefly? Okay, seeing no public comment, And kind of as we get ready to go into commissioner comments, I would like to ask our clerk and reporter, or the clerk's election manager, to step forward and just give us and the public an update on the upcoming November election and how to make sure you're an active voter and will receive the ballot in that mail. Go ahead.
My name is Dwight Shellman. I'm the election manager for the county, and we'd like to just take this opportunity to update on some critical dates and how to go about things. First of all, we ran a fairly concentrated media campaign encouraging people to check their voter registration status, make sure that they are active, and make sure that their residence and mailing addresses are current and up to date. We continue to encourage voters to do that, and they can do so by using the online registration system at govotecolorado.com, or there are forms on our website that they can use. That's www.pitkinvotes.com, or they can simply call us. We'll help them as best we can over the phone and get them a form electronically. We're trying to make it just as easy as possible on everybody. The phone number for the Elections Department is 970-429-2713.
And before you go on, I'm just going to show the public the ads. Just to give Dwight a little bit of credit, we had a lot of positive comments about the ads with the goats and the child and the dog. So if you see this, go back. You might see this in your newspaper. Go back. All the information is here, which Dwight just reviewed.
Thank you.
Then I'd like to give just, there's a lot of kind of moving parts to a coordinated election. First of all, the voter registration deadline, the cutoff date, is October 3rd. And what that means is you must be registered to vote in Colorado by October 3rd, or you will not be permitted to vote in this election. If you are registered to vote in Colorado, but for some reason you haven't changed your voter registration record to reflect your current address in Pitkin County, that can be done after October 3rd, but it makes everybody's life much more comfortable if it is done before October 3rd. So the October 3rd deadline is a hard and fast rule for people who are not registered at all. There are some ballot issues on this coming election, Ballot issues are either tax increases or spending increases by political subdivisions, and they are different under the law from ballot questions. You can tell the difference because ballot issues, the financial issues, are printed in uppercase letters completely, and ballot questions, the non-financial issues, are printed in upper and lowercase. There is a provision of the Colorado Constitution that permits citizens, anybody who's interested, to submit statements supporting or opposing financial issues only. The deadline to submit, we refer to them as pro-con statements. The deadline to submit those is this Friday, September 16th. And who you submit a pro-con statement to depends on the political subdivision that referred the measure for the ballot. For Pitkin County's financial question, which is referendum 1A, you would submit your pro and con statements to my office, and we did do a press release in the newspaper telling people where to go for the various issues that are on our ballot. It may have been our mistake, but my email address was printed incorrectly. It is dwight.shellman@co.pitkin.co.us. The other financial issues on our ballot, there is referendum 4A, which pertains to the Carbondale and Rural Fire Protection District. The person to submit pro and con statements with respect to that issue is, Jenny Cutright. And her email address is cutright, CUTRIGHT, @carbondalefire.org. The other financial issue on our ballot pertains to the Roaring Fork School District. The person to submit pro and con statements to regarding that matter is Cindy Halford. Her email address is chalford, that's CHALLFORD, @rfsd.k12.co.us. And the way it works is that the designated election officials of the various political subdivisions then summarize all of the pro-con statements that they've received. They then transmit their summaries to my office, and then we prepare a kind of giant, it's called a Tabor notice, that's printed on newsprint that we mail out to everybody in Pitkin County, and we will be mailing that out on September 30th.
You mail it to all registered voters or just the active voters when you say everybody?
When we work with it, statute says to use the most cost-effective way, and the most cost-effective way for us is we work with the post office and saturate the zip codes within our county, and then those districts that are extended in other counties, like zip code for Carbondale, zip code for Redstone, we'll label and mail them. And that's the most cost-effective way for us to do that. So we work with the post office. It's an immersion into our county. Okay. And then just in summary, in the paper today, in the Times, it does review everything that Dwight went through, and it's in the brief. And tomorrow in the Daily, it should be in the brief as well. So if anybody wants to refer back to it, it's in today's and tomorrow's papers and briefs.
Thank you.
Just two more dates. We are going to be sending out overseas ballots this week because of a change in federal law that requires us to send those earlier than before. And then on October 11th, we will be sending out ballots to domestic voters.
On what date?
October 11th.
It's 8,000 registered voters within Pitkin County.
Okay.
Also, one other thing I want to mention is we do have a sample ballot. Dwight was explaining earlier the questions. We do have a sample ballot at pitkinvotes.org. For all your election needs and information, you can go to pitkinvotes.org.
Okay.
And I guess the final thing is that we have not received notification from the Department of Justice that we're subject to the language minority requirements of the Voting Rights Act. We just had to submit our ballot orders so that we would have ballots by the deadline. So the official ballot is English only. I just need to finish it, and hopefully we'll put it up on pitkinvotes.org today. We are preparing a dual language sample ballot that Spanish-speaking residents who feel or are just more comfortable in Spanish as opposed to English, what have you, they can use it as a guide to mark the official ballot. And that will be on pitkinvotes.org by the end of the day.
Thank you. I think there was one last question I had, and then if anyone else does. Thank you for those deadlines. I had heard, and I don't know if it's accurate, this is about inactive voters. So if you already are registered in Pitkin County, you may have been placed on the inactive voter list if you haven't voted in the last general election, or if you have changed addresses and changed mailing addresses, and you will not necessarily receive the appropriate ballot if you've moved into a different district that has some sort of questions from the combined nature of this. I was told that you can change and update that inactive status online only until a certain date, and then you have to come in person to do it?
Well, it's not entirely true.
Can you go over that?
Okay, I believe the online system allows a person to change their address, and by doing so, it will automatically reactivate them until October 3rd, the registration cutoff date. After that date, they can reactivate by calling us at 429-2713. There's kind of a special form that we need to send them, but we'll email it, we'll fax it, we'll send it by snail mail, whatever's easy, and they can return that to us, and they can return it to us electronically or in hard copy until, give me a sec, it's close of business the 7th day prior to the election, which is...
25th, I think, is it the Tuesday? Is that a 25th?
Yes, October 25th. After October 25th, they need to come into our office in person and submit the form, and we can issue them a ballot right over the counter.
One thing I'd like to make clear for the public is we're mailing the ballots on October 11th. We have them in-house in our office. The Pickens County Clerk's office is the service center. We're open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Stop in our office. We can help you every day up until the election. So we're here to help.
And actually, on election day, if someone were finding that it's too late to mail their ballot and they wanted to drop it off in person, they certainly can come by. Or if they realize on election day they had not yet received a ballot, they can come by if they were already on the rolls, activate their status and vote.
Virtually, consider our office the polling place from October 11th, the service center, until 7 o'clock p.m. on election night, every day.
Thank you.
Two last things, sorry, that Janice mentioned. On election day itself, we are open from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. And with respect to drop-off locations, people can physically drop off their ballots in a locked, sealed ballot box that we maintain in our office. And we are also going to maintain drop box locations at the Snowmass Village Town Hall on election day and at St. Peter's of the Valley Episcopal Church in Basalt, which is our usual polling place in Basalt. Those two kind of remote drop-off centers will be open only on election day, but it will be from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
Well, I know we asked you to reach out for ensuring enfranchisement of our voters, given that this is an all-mail-in ballot, and I appreciate those efforts. Jack, you had to hang up the question?
Dwight answered the question about
Okay.
the other two options for service center during election day only.
That's right. And it's not, let me be clear, it's not a service center. They can't issue ballots there. They are there to, it's a secure drop-off.
Receive it.
Exactly.
So that if someone had realized they had forgotten to mail it and would not be received, all ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on Tuesday first, not just postmarked. So this would assist someone who may, again, have forgotten to mail it and doesn't have to drive all the way physically up to Aspen to drop it in your main office.
Correct.
Okay. George?
So you'll be running some display ads to inform the public on that, just prior as well?
We will be. Our previous efforts were intended to get as many people to check and verify their records, because we pulled a list of about 8,000 voters that our vendor already has, and so we're sending out 8,000 ballots on October 11th. But we have statutory notices that we are required to publish in the community regarding the deadlines, the drop-off locations. That will actually publish the sample ballot in the newspaper. So yes, these efforts will be continuing.
We'll do the same efforts as in the past. We do Channel 11, we hit the radios, we do news releases or our newsletter to our employees, to our employees and the City of Aspen employees are apprised of what's going on, because that's a good communication tool. We have posters. We'll do all the things we have in the past. Exactly.
We also work with the parties who just send out blast emails, and frankly, based on my recent experience, it's about the most effective way of communicating with people.
Thank you. Rob?
Just three quick comments. The first thing is I just want to reiterate one of the things you said, because I think it's an important part of the election process, doing a mail ballot, which is the mail ballots go out October 11th. If you do not receive one in the mail, say by the 18th or something, you can come down to the clerk's office and use the clerk's office kind of like a polling place and pick up a ballot if you are a registered voter. So that's a very important thing. You can always come to the clerk's office and treat the clerk's office kind of like a polling place. It's not exactly like a polling place, but kind of like a polling place. They will have ballots that you can pick up here if you have not received one. And then the other thing is, I just wanted to follow up on what Rachel said. You know, we weighed very heavily on doing a mail ballot versus a polling place election this period. And one of the big requirements that we put forth to the two of you was to have an outreach campaign, and I think you guys have done a wonderful job. I've noticed the ads, I've noticed the banners on the online newspapers. I think it was a creative ad that got people's attention. I think the way you're handling this, the drop-off boxes, I think you've done a very good job. I'd also add to that one other requirement or thing that I was looking for too was a follow-up on how this happened. So just keep in mind, keep track of numbers, how many people come in late, how many phone calls you get, those sorts of things, so that we can analyze this decision that we made of having a mail-only ballot for this coordinated election, and whether it's the proper way to go forward, because we made no promises on this being a forever thing. So.
Thank you. Well, thank you both very much for your hard work, and the board for the indulgence of letting that go before commissioner comments, so you guys can get back to work. And again, any questions for the clerk? It seems easy enough to see that the earlier you correct your registration and voter registration, the easier it is for an individual. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now would move on to, we've done public comments, we'd move on to commissioner comments, or do we do manager? For some reason, manager comments has gotten left off our agenda.
I think we usually do them during open discussion.
Okay, well, I know, I think in addition to resolutions. Okay, commissioner comments. Oh, okay, we already did public comment.
I thought it was 12:30.
No, we started 12. But I will honor your presence here and reopen the public comments for the commissioners.
Oh.
We did receive your letter recently.
Thank you.
And just to identify yourself for the record.
Oh, John Bush. I did take Michael's suggestion and met with Dale Will yesterday. And it turns out that it is much more complicated, but somebody has to make a start. I was motivated to come before you because of the article in the paper about voters, the survey being taken as to what trails were most urgent in the community. Some of that urgency is, I don't want to say misplaced, but coming out of people just not realizing what's going on. I went up Castle Creek Road yesterday thinking I was going to be able to come to you and say, look, it's dangerous, there's only 4 or 5 feet off of the pavement for pedestrians and bicycles to get out of the way of cars. There isn't even 4 or 5 feet. There are places, numerous places, where even the pavement is beginning to crumble away down the hillside. I mean, the pavement ends and it's down to the Castle Creek. We've got both Aspen Country Day School, we've got the music school, we've got bicyclists. It's a very popular road. On my trip up to the music school campus yesterday, I rounded the corner, and there right in front of me going up Castle Creek Road were 2 bicyclists. Also, while I was there, was somebody on those little, what do you call them, they're skis with wheels on them.
Roller skis.
Roller skis. And some guy is coming down the road. It is so dangerous. And I'm not going to go into what's in my letter, but in talking with Dale, I think what I'd like to see happen is somebody to start the process rolling. And it could be you. In fact, I'm asking you. We've got county open space and trails, we've got city open space and trails. We've got the problem which Dale points out, which is that it was going to be a joint venture with the city, and over the years that has just dried up. But it doesn't mean that the city shouldn't be asked to participate again. I mean, somebody's going to get killed up there. It needs to, it's the most critically urgent safety flaw in our trail system, because it isn't there, and there are no options. Road and Bridge may want to be involved, because there was talk at one time of relocating the road a bit to create more space for a trail. I think the plan that was come up with, what is it now, 5 years ago, and nothing ever happened.
And lawsuits are still pending.
And you know what? That is just something that needs. You need to say, okay, that's one of the factors that's in there, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't proceed. And that's my request.
Well, thank you, John, for that, and thanks for taking the time to come in. It's something that we'll have to give some further discussion and comments to later. Michael, if you'd like to add something now, or any other board members as well.
Just a question, John. Given that there's unanimous opposition to the trail by the neighbors in between the hospital and the music school, how do you suggest we overcome that?
Well, I think you have to go to court. Now, Dale says that the county has the option within their right-of-way, your right-of-way, to move unilaterally and just do it and fight out the issue in court after the fact. I mean, that's something you'll have to talk over with your legal counsel. But, like in the letter I sent you, someday it will happen, but I don't want it to happen because somebody got killed on that road.
Thank you. George?
Hair's out of my yard.
Thank you, John, for coming up and for the letter. I share your concerns. I ride up that road, and it is nip and tough. We may have options, but back to Michael's point, for me, what I would really like to see happen is a very strong citizen initiative to come forward to show some strong community support in favor of moving forward on the trail that we then can utilize and use in regards to some of the neighbors' opposition. So that would be one step.
I think the only thing I can do is use my bully pulpit with the newspaper, which I will do. My comment would only be that it is a critical community matter. It's a safety matter, and sometimes the elected officials, as the community's representatives, have to make some tough choices and take action based on knowledge that perhaps the community doesn't have.
Again, thank you for your concern in bringing that forward. Appreciate it.
The only pear tree in Aspen.
Those are for us?
Those are for your ass.
Thank you.
That's very nice. That looks like a
We're
great...
going to throw those over. The next person.
They're too ripe to throw. They're not ripe enough to throw. John, we talked very briefly at the end of our work session yesterday about a road failure, and I think you should just update us briefly in the public to let them know how we're dealing with it. We'll need to discuss it again, but just
Sure.
for general awareness.
So, in open discussion yesterday, we brought before the board a failure in Coal Creek, and we do have Ryan Pettit who may be able to help me out with some of the details, but in essence, it was a culvert that was put in by the mining company up there a long time ago. During spring runoff, we had a failure around that culvert that created a sinkhole that significantly compromised both the integrity of the road, and then winter weather and ice has significantly compromised the retaining wall. And so what we discussed with the board yesterday was an emergency procurement process, both for engineering and repair on that road prior to our next spring runoff, because we can't guarantee the ongoing integrity for the folks who use that road to access Forest Service and the one resident that lives up there. Our right now very rough cost estimate, because we have not done engineering or any bidding at this point, is that project could total up to about $250,000 fix.
Okay. The road is open now, but it's being flagged as road damage and use caution.
Correct. The road has been stabilized. It is safe to use. It'll be safe to use to access Forest Service during the hunting season and this winter up and to the point when weather precludes, I think, use of it. What we are mostly concerned about, though, is spring runoff. And so the road integrity is good right now. We do have some subsidence, and we will be posting that.
Thank you for that update. And if anyone had further questions about accessing the road, they should contact
Public Works. And Brian, can you give us a phone number? I don't have it off the top of my head.
Have them contact Public Works at 920-5390.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had it out there that the road is usable, but please use caution.
Yes.
Thank you. We will now return to commissioner comments. Rob?
Yeah. The first thing is I'd like to just make an announcement about a meeting that's happening on September 15th. I mentioned this yesterday, but I wanted to bring it up in our regular meetings as well. This is the Galena Plaza Open House that the City of Aspen is holding. There are 2 meetings on September 15th regarding public input on the replacement of the roof of the parking garage and further development for Galena Plaza. The meetings are taking place, the earlier meeting is between 11:30 and 1 p.m. and the later meeting is between 4:30 and 6 p.m. and they will be taking place in the Rio Grande meeting room right off the Galena Plaza on the 3rd floor there. The other thing, which will defer to maybe comment after you about the significant anniversary that we had this last weekend.
Thanks. Other board member comments? Jack?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to take a quick moment and thank all those who participated in the Jazz Aspen Festival over Labor Day weekend, and in particular, of course, the JAS organization, the sponsors, patrons, general public. Special thanks, of course, to the volunteers and the Snowmass staff that really helped make that happen. Without all of those individuals, we wouldn't have had it. It was a great time by most, except those apparently who wanted to kind of butt in on certain tarps throughout, and it happened all over the place. And that part is unfortunate, but it was a great eclectic experience, from techno, the young kids, big time sound, to some of us oldie goldies listening to Steely Dan. And Zach Brown, of course, was fabulous too. But a good time by all, and compliments to all.
Thank you, Jack. Michael, do you have any comments? George?
Just to tag off of Jack's comments, September is really a plethora of opportunities, from music to sports activities to food. And Jazz Aspen certainly was a great way to kick off September, Labor Day weekend. Along with that was a very successful Motherlode volleyball tournament. It's like its 39th or 40th year. It's amazing, and I got to talk to some of the participants there, and they continue to be so excited about coming to what's become one of the premier volleyball tournaments in the country. So congratulations to Leon Fell for his efforts on that. This weekend is the 44th anniversary of Ruggerfest. It's another great event, and we've got teams that come from around the country to that, so I encourage people to go out to Wagner Park and watch them knock heads against each other. We've got the Golden Leaf Trail Run coming up in a week or so. That has become, again, one of the premier trail runs in the country. So these are some great activities that are coming forth this month. We had a very successful first ever mac and cheese festival that Rusty won. Congratulations. Oktoberfest and Snowmass was last weekend. There's lots of great opportunities to go out and enjoy the great outdoors. The foliage, which should be kicking in very shortly. And in fact, I heard this morning that there's actually a travel advisory for Independence Pass tonight. So those who are thinking about heading over the pass tonight or coming back over tomorrow, pay attention to the roads and the highway reports, because it may be an issue.
Yeah.
Ski season is just around the corner, and ski company has their passes, early season pricing ready to go. So enjoy the fall while we have it.
Yeah. As soon as Labor Day's over, it comes quick. Jack?
Yeah, I apologize, but I would be very remiss if I didn't also compliment and thank Rafter. What a great service, and getting all these people there, up to 11,000 on the last day, Sunday. Couldn't do it without them. And also piggybacking on George, this weekend in Snowmass Village is the Balloon Festival. So absolutely a lot happening.
And I think Snowmass Village is also having a wine festival this weekend, so that people can participate and vote. I saw someone picking up some posters for those the other day, and many choices.
Which is a benefit for the Snowmass Rotary Club.
Okay.
So all the money that for the tickets for that goes to primarily local organizations, but they do some outreach with other Rotary clubs around the country, and the world.
I think we're very fortunate as a community that we have so many organizations, nonprofit, just citizen groups, whatever, who create this schedule of activities for all of us and our guests. So it's a true partnership. We're not trying to take credit for it up here, but we want to, at least get the word out and help where we can in acknowledging those and letting people know the upcoming events in the town. Okay, so those are your comments. I would like to make a comment as well. I don't think you could go anywhere in the nation and not have had the anniversary or of the 9/11 on your minds on Sunday. I know that commemorations of that tragic loss of life and that assault on American citizens on our own soil will affect us all for generations. It will never go away. It will always mean something different to everyone. And a great many people had services in Colorado, locally, through our fire district, and people kind of commemorating that in their own way. I think that I usually ask for a moment of silence, and I plan to do that in a moment. But I want to acknowledge that the National Association of Counties has asked that communities and counties find ways to help welcome the veterans back and to help with their employment issues. I've read on national media that at this point over 2 million veterans from the Afghan and Iraqi war are currently within our ranks of the unemployed in this country. And we certainly are seeing homeless veterans again already. And we're seeing not only a loss of life with our service members in response to 9/11 of over 5,000, but we also are seeing just tens of thousands of people who are going to be suffering lifelong debilitating injuries from having served in those wars. So as a community, we need to thank those who have served. We need to acknowledge the service providers, the first responders, who would be there in our times of need, as those were in New York City and otherwhere, willing to give their lives in that line of duty. And so I would like to ask for a moment of silence, of prayer, to acknowledge those sacrifices, those commitments of individuals, and again, all those serving in our nation's armed forces. Thank you, everyone. Rob, you had a...
Yeah, I grew up in New York City, and it's hard for me to talk about 9/11 without getting a little emotional. But there are two names that I like to remember that were two friends of mine that died in the World Trade Center towers. So I like to, in public place, just mention their names and talk a little bit about them. Teddy Maloney was a good high school friend of mine, fabulous athlete and a good-hearted soul. And Cesar Augusta Murillo was a college and fraternity brother of mine, very, very close friend. They both worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, and unfortunately they died in the World Trade Center. It's a time that has changed our lives forever, and it's about remembering. So I just like to mention those people when I'm in meetings like this.
We all had a lot of empathy for that. Thank you for that. All right. We will now move on to our consent actions. There are 2 consent actions, and I would like to take them separately. The first is the July 26th, August 2nd, August 9th, and August 16th work session minutes, and the July 27th and the August 10th regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very good. The second item is an emergency resolution to revise and establish commissioner district boundaries. We have Dwight Shellman and Mary Lackner presenting. We have this in our packets forward, but I thought it was a valuable call out as opposed to doing it as a consent action, because we do have state deadlines to meet. And I think we may have had what I would call a little slippage on our schedule in terms of making sure we could have first reading and then public notice and then second reading. That is why, before the deadline, that is why this is coming forward as an emergency ordinance. We will have a confirmatory public reading on this matter on the 28th of this month, and that we will hit the deadline of September 30th. It is worth noting that we've had, I think, 3 full work sessions on this matter that have been widely broadcast. We've had, I'd say, minimal participation by the public on those, although we have had, again, public discussions and rebroadcast of those discussions repeatedly on grassroots. And I guess that just really introduces the issue, but it's mainly I want to emphasize why we're doing it with the emergency ordinance status. We could, John, would be appropriate to say there could be changes reading, a confirmatory reading.
Pursuant to the charter, the board can effect a change between the first and effective reading date and the confirmatory date. However, I would say that that's probably unanticipated.
I would say it's unanticipated, but I wanted to make clear that this is not the final hearing on it. Should there be citizen comments or public input that the board would like to consider before we get to this confirmatory reading. So I will leave it to you, Dwight, and others to make this presentation, and I think I'll shift over to next to John Ely, so not blocking the maps. Grassroots, if you can focus in on the maps as they're discussed. Thank you. Dwight, you and Mary can take it away from here.
Well, as a result of the last work session on, I guess it was September 6th. That's today. The board directed us to prepare a resolution kind of incorporating what we've referred to as modified option C, might be son of modified option C, part 2, the movie. But Mary has done so, and in the resolution itself, we encountered some formatting problems on the resolution that was included in the agenda item summary. The map did not print correctly, and we had lengthy pages of census block lists for each district. I just want you to know that the map in printed form has been corrected, so you can see the whole map. and then the census blocks that are contained within each new commissioner district are all set forth on a single page. So I apologize for the formatting errors. So I think we're ready to proceed.
Just because this is our first regular meeting hearing of this, can you outline again what is redistricting process and why do we redistrict, and what have our goals been in trying to look at these through the various work sessions?
Absolutely. Colorado law requires that after each decennial census, all districts within the state, congressional, state legislative, and down to and including Board of County Commissioner districts, be reviewed and adjusted so that, in our case of the county commissioner districts, each district contains as nearly equal in population as possible based on the results of the 2010 census. The law requires that redistricting of county commissioner districts be completed by September 30th of the year following the census. So that would be September 30, 2011. And I think it's fair to say in the prior 3 work sessions, we have, with Mary Lackner's help, huge help, really looked at the relative populations of the existing districts, which were no longer equal in population or anything close to that. Mary proposed several options to equalize the populations of all the districts. And in the last 2 work sessions anyway, the board really looked at, kind of communities of interest and keeping certain populations in the same geographic caucus area on at least one occasion. And as a result of that, all of that dialogue and all the work, we have arrived, I believe, at a reconfiguration of the districts that truly are as nearly equal in population as possible, although they are not precisely equal. And I don't believe any county in the state ever achieves, absolute equality of population.
Okay. Thank you. This is a consent action and not a public hearing. I really haven't seen anyone who has shown up to comment on it either. If there is, nope, not seeing that. Board members, questions or comments, and then certainly I would accept the motion. Rob?
Yeah, and again, just to get some information out, because I think the important aspect to this, and we've discussed it in 2 work sessions, is what's changed. I don't have it in front of me, but can you go through there are 5 areas, I believe, that are moving from one district to another district?
Would this be what we
Yeah,
discussed
exactly,
the last time? You want me to read through that?
That would be great. I think it's important for the public to have that
Okay.
change.
So the modified option C, which is what we are moving forward with and what these maps reflect, out of BOCC District 1, we're adding the south side of Main Street that was previously in District 2. We're adding the Moore Family PUD area, the Highlands area, schools, the western portion of Maroon Creek Club, Meadowood Tennis Club area that was previously in District 3 is now going into 1. The map on the right actually has the boundaries around the Aspen metro area, so refer to this map on those kind of areas. It removed the Park Avenue between Highway 82 and Park Circle, Midland Avenue, North Riverside Drive, Dale, Smuggler Grove, Regent Court, Snyder Park PUD, and those actually went into BOCC District 3, and that's in this area here. BOCC District 2 added Williams Woods, that was previously in 3. It added the southernmost parcels of the Aspen Airport Business Center. So Williams Woods is just this little pocket right there. There's the portion of the ABC that was added, and then it removed Burlingame D Annex, which was a place in here with no population. And then it removed the properties on the south side of Main Street.
And it added Burlingame residential to 2?
Yes, it cleaned up the lines in here that had bisected Burlingame completely.
Okay.
It cleaned up that area. BOCC District 3 had added Aspen Village and Jabasdale that was previously in District 4. It added the Burlingame D Annex area. It added the Park Avenue, Midland Avenue, North Riverside Drive, Dale Avenue, Smuggler Grove, Regent Street, Snyder Park PUD. It removed the Moore Family PUD, Highlands Schools, western portion of Maroon Creek Club, Meadowwood and Tennis Club, removed Williams Woods, removed the southern portion of the Airport Business Center, and added the parcels in Snowmass Canyon east of Lower River Road. So being that District 3 is kind of large and it includes areas around the metro area, we refer to this map to get what's close in to Aspen. And then it extends this portion in Snowmass Canyon that had previously been in 5 and does add that to 3 because that's in the Woody Creek Caucus. And it took out the Aspen Village and Jabasdale area because that was in 4 and that moves over to 3 now. So BOCC District 4 removed Aspen Village and Jabasdale. BOCC District 5 removed Snowmass Canyon parcels east of Lower River Road. So that was the area right in here we were just talking about.
Thank you. And I don't know if you have within your notes how those districts had changed in terms of being under population. Rob, was your district had decreased in population in about 1,000 and needed 1,000 new residents. District 2, my district had, I think, lost about 450 was the number, and needed to be added to increase the population. District 3 had become over the ideal numbers that we have been shooting for by how many?
District 4.
District 3.
District 3. Their census population was 4,484, which was quite a bit.
Was almost 1,000.
Almost 1,000 over the target of being equally split.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So those are the types of reasons we were moving forward with adjustments. Board members, comments or questions on this? Okay, if there are no, then I would accept the motion.
Make a motion, Rachel. I make a motion to approve an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado to revise and establish commissioner district boundaries. Second.
Okay. Any further board discussion? I just thank you for all your work. I know we've sent you back to the drawing board a couple times to try to find the best alternatives to this that we could for the community, and I think we've achieved that. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much.
Mary, I'd like to come by one of these days and just take a look at what it
And I suppose if anyone wants to look at these maps before the second confirmatory reading on the 28th, they will be in the clerk's office.
They'll be in the clerk's office, they will be on Pick and Votes, and I'll make sure we put a link. Mary has created kind of a GIS application where people can go and see it, and I'll make sure we have a link to that on Pick and Votes also.
Thank you for that, both of you. All right, the next item is our consent actions, first readings set for a public hearing on September 28th. We had 4 items. We have removed 1. I will read the 3 items, then I will open the public hearing for comment, and then I will bring it back for board discussion. What is item 3? resolution establishing the Agricultural Building Review Committee and adopting the bylaws of the Agricultural Building Review Committee, Suzanne Wolf. Item number 4, ordinance amending Title IX, Roads and Public Places of the Pickens County Code by adding a new section 9.08 titled Addressing Standards. That will be Cindy Hubin and Mark Cameron from our Communications Department. And the item titled number 6, the third item in consent actions, is an ordinance vacating a trail easement on the Spravic Lot 1B and accepting a new trail. Oh, is that here twice on my agenda?
Two different easements.
No, there's
Two
a
different
1A and
easements.
1B.
Okay. Ordinance vacating a trail easement on the Spravic Lot 1B and accepting a new trail easement and river access easement from the Merritt Estate, barred with open space and trails. Board members, do we have any that we'd like to pull for further discussion? Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the proposed bylaws in the first one, and the second one I'd also like to ask a couple of questions about. So
On the easements,
both item 3 and 4, please.
3 and 4. Okay. I'm here for Susie. Thank you for that. Michael?
I have a question on that, addressing
Yeah, so that's 4.
ordinance.
Okay. So let me ask first, is there anyone from the public here to comment on any of these 3 items? I'd open the public hearing. There being no citizens here to comment on that, I will close the public hearing from now. If I see someone rush into the room, we can reopen that. Cindy, let's start with item number 1 then, the Agricultural Building Review Committee.
Do you prefer just to have the questions, or should I go through some background?
Jack, what's your pleasure on that?
Well, as we usually do, just a very brief statement of what the committee's purpose is, for example.
Right. The Board of County Commissioners recently amended the land use code to allow exempt square footage for agricultural structures in the rural parts of Pickens County. And those included things like barns, hay sheds, lean-tos for horses, that sort of structure. As part of that exempt square footage, and when I say exempt square footage, that's exempt from going through the growth management process. As part of that exempt square footage review of the request for additional square footage, an agricultural committee is proposed to be formed. This was a concept that came out of the Snowmass Capital Caucus Group in order to help us ensure that there's an adequate review for that agricultural structures to ensure that they in fact really function as agricultural structures and will help us maintain the rural character of the county based on our master plans.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, I'd start out first of all thanking the caucus, Jan, John, and all of those who were on the committee to bring this forward and work diligently over a long period of time, as well as staff, of course. A couple quick questions. We'll go right to the bylaws section on page 2 under Exhibit A.
Yes.
Section 1, number 1. It says there shall be a minimum of 3 members and a maximum of 5 members on the committee. Cindy, why didn't we just pick a number? Meaning, well, 3 or 5. You know, I think you need an odd, number there. So why? Usually we have, regular members, alternate members, whatever. This seems pretty flexible.
This is a new committee. We're not sure who might apply. We're not sure how many people may be interested. And there may be many people you'd like to appoint, or there may be only a few that apply. So we're not sure at this point. We thought we'd be more flexible. We could certainly do that if we needed to.
And I have no inclination to pick one or the other or any, but it was a little unusual, so I posed the question.
It also helps if you have a smaller committee, sometimes if people are on vacations, that sort of thing, to have additional people.
So basically, it's establishing also 3 as a minimum for a quorum, although there may be as many as 5 members appointed.
Correct.
Okay, section 5, we say this is concerning removal. committee member may be removed from the committee for good cause only by a vote of the BOCC after a recommendation concerning removal is made by the committee. Well, I think there ought to be an addition there, committee or ComDev, because there might be some kind of dysfunctionality. I'm not going to define anything because situations happen, but committee might not be willing or able to make that decision, but I think ComDev ought to have a recommendation.
And so you're kind of saying, as another alternative, so the burden is not just on the committee members to forward a recommendation that may be offered.
And this is very unusual. I don't remember, for 2 decades maybe, I don't remember anyone, till the early 90s when I remember anyone who was ever removed on a committee.
Okay. George, I think we'll let Jack go through all his questions first and then come back to comments, because Rob had one on the previous point. And so you
Okay,
just
that's fine.
go through your items, and then we'll all come back to kind of reaffirm on this.
Under Article 5, Section 3, vacancies. This talks about a vacancy of the position of chair or vice chair. How do we deal with the members in general? There could be 1 or 3 other members this doesn't address for vacancies. Is it inherent within staff's thinking that, well, there's a vacancy, they'll just bring it to the BOCC?
Right, whenever we have a vacancy, typically that's what happens. If it expires and/or someone had to leave early from their position, we bring it forward for a new person to be filling the position, but we can make that more clear.
Well, it just says, should the office of chair or vice chair, and then the committee shall appoint a successor for chair and vice chair, but it didn't address general vacancies, and I don't know if it's general policy, how it works, or...
That would come under appointments. I think that'd go back up under appointments, where there would have to be an application and then a approval by the board.
So that would be covered under there, so that's inherent, okay.
Should vacancies occur, the Pickton County Board will be notified and advertise the position.
Okay, Section 4 under Article 5, same page 2. In the middle of that last paragraph says, the chair shall execute and acknowledge in the name of the committee all recommendations, communication. Execute, okay, that probably means signature. What does acknowledge mean? Is that referring to the same thing? I mean, here, we're doing bylaws, so we ought to kind of sift, what does acknowledge mean? Is there another action in order to acknowledge? Or does execute and acknowledge mean the same thing?
Do you know what that means in formal language? We took this from some other bylaws, and acknowledgement in the form.
Execute, I would take to mean a document, in other words, a hard signature. An acknowledgement might be something less than that.
Okay. Article 5, page 3, Section 2, special meetings. Special meeting may be called any time by the chair or upon written request of 2 members of the committee. I think we ought to have also comma or by ComDev, because ComDev would be more tuned in to what's coming through the staff.
I can see that with public notice. I mean, that's the whole thing about special meeting. You want to make sure they're fully publicly noticed.
And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, let's go backwards then to see if there's kind of board consensus or concern about these or other items. Rob did have his hand up first. And Rob, you started, I think, on the first one, appointments.
Yeah, well, I think it was
Or whichever one.
the number of members. It does say under quorum that it's 2-member quorum,
Okay.
not a 3-member quorum.
Sorry.
So it's not, that we want 3 people to have a quorum as a minimum, and 5. It's
Right.
if you only have 3 members, it's a 2-person quorum.
It's a majority quorum is the way I read the quorum being presented. But it's also a two-member quorum with a five-person board, which sounded kind of odd to me too. So I would say that we want a five-member board and we want a majority quorum, meaning we have to have three people quorum. That's the way that's what I would recommend. That was my first comment on the first issue.
So let's now go through those issues. Do others have a sense of that item? Should we try to establish a minimum of a three-person board, allowable up to 5 seats, and then establish 3 as the quorum so that it is not 2 people making a decision? George?
It seems like to make it simple, you just say the majority. So if you end up with a 3-member board, the majority is 2. If you end up with a 5-member board, the majority is 3.
Well, we may end up with a 4-person board when there's a vacancy, and how do you don't have a majority to have a quorum unless 3 are there.
Well, that'd still be a majority.
John, do you have any advice for us on that?
Well,
Keep it simple for all of us.
I think you could probably go with the majority. That's Section 5 of Article 6. And then going back to Section 1, Article 4, I would say 3 or 5, as opposed to 3 to 5. A minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5. I think the possibility of a 4-member board is not in anybody's range.
Jack?
Yeah, on this item. I'm thinking further on this. We were lobbied very heavily by the caucus, members of the ag community, and I think this went to different caucuses, if I'm not mistaken. And we didn't get really any pushback about this. This seemed to be generally a very important issue pertaining to the keeping of character. I think I've, thinking it through, landed on I'd like to see 5 members, because as important this seemed to be to the various people who showed up, did work, and supported this, I'd have more than 2 people making a decision. So I'm inclined to believe we should have 5, and then the quorum would be 3.
George?
Of course, this is just an advisory group, and so they're really not making decisions. I don't really have a problem in terms of going to 5. I'm a little concerned about whether we would get 5 applicants, but more of my concern is that I would want a broad representation, geographically and also interest-wise. So I would not want to see 3 or 4 coming from Snowmass Capitol Creek area or the Emma area. I would want to see it spread out so we have that diversity. And if we get that with 5, great. If we don't get that with 3, who knows? But I would want to make sure that we're just sort of additional comments. We're able to communicate via all the caucuses, let them know this opportunity, and encourage each caucus to have someone apply, represent them.
Okay, how do other members feel who might get spoken? Michael?
I don't have a feeling about it.
So you're okay with the language as it's written?
I don't have a feeling about it.
Rob?
I would shoot for a 5-member board, and just, like a lot of our boards, if we have a vacancy, we try to fill it, so there's less members of the board, but you still need a majority for the board to make a recommendation.
Okay. I think I'll weigh in so we can try to move this forward. If I'm explaining this correctly, I would want to see us have a 5-member board, but a 3-member constitutes a quorum, so that if we don't have all 5 seats filled, 3 people can meet, and they would be a quorum, and a decision is reached by a majority of the quorum. So if there's 5 people there, it's 3 to 2, that's a majority. If only 3 people show up for a given meeting, or we only have 3 appointees at a given time, then 2 out of 3, the majority of the quorum, is a deciding vote. So that needs to be more clearly written for second reading. That would be where we're going. The second point,
Section 5.
Section 5, was the removal. Is everyone okay adding that ComDev can submit to us a letter recommending removal as well? George?
Yeah, my question is, I mean, what is sort of a standard with all of, we've got 16 active boards or committees, and do we have sort of a standard mode of operation, or, because the language, I'm sure, is a sort of boilerplate from other bylaws from committees, more or less?
More or less.
So, I'm...
Good cause.
Good cause, but
Good
so...
cause is specifically to include, but not limited to, attendance or conflict of interest, actions in violation of the conflict of interest policy.
So, for example, if we took this a step further, let's say the Finance Committee, which has this, each committee actually has a staff which represents that committee. So do we have that wording in the Finance Committee or any of our other committees?
More or less. I'm not sure exactly what the wording is. The bylaws were generated at different times, and, you know, like affordable housing covenants, they've evolved and they've changed and they've floated around.
It just seems like there should be a standard.
I think we're kind of trending that direction. I think this follows the language of the last few iterations of bylaws that the board has considered.
That would be my own comment. You know, as we sort of look at all these committees, we've done a lot of work with committees, that there should be sort of a standard in terms of some of these bylaws, articles, removal is certainly one of them.
The removal language, I think, is fairly set, unless the board wants to change it around. This is probably what you're going to see for, you know, boards into the future. So if the BOCC is not comfortable with this removal language, we should be told so that we can start conforming the various bylaws to something else.
No, I'm comfortable with it, but to address Jack's question in terms of adding the ability for ComDev to also weigh in. Again, are we just isolating this one committee, or should we be looking at that long-term in terms of all the committees? That's what I'm asking.
Another way to maybe make it more flexible would be to really just then, you know, a committee member may be removed from the committee for good cause only by a vote of the BOCC, period. And then, you know, how that issue comes to the BOCC then is left open, whether it's ComDev staff or whether it's committee. I don't know, John, if you have any thoughts about that.
That's fine. The only pushback I've heard on the language is that second sentence where it says the chair shall request. That I don't think there is any comfortability by any of the chairs being required to request the removal of one of their fellow commission members.
Yeah. I want to see if anybody else has any comments. Jack?
Well, you know, I think it's important that the staff, now it's ComDev would be obviously the Ag Committee, Finance would be Finance Director, etc. Attendance is a big thing. I mean, I served 2.5 years on P&Z, and we had various attendances, and it can get out of hand. And so, you know, are we looking to make a big deal? Do we want to have this as just a pout? No. It's something to make sure the board does its job, and or the committee, I apologize, the committee, and that we have decent attendance. And, you know, if it's left in the hands of a committee only, a committee might not be willing or able to deal with that issue.
Rob?
Yeah, I mean, the two problems that I have, one is what John brought up, the chair shall request. I don't see that happening. And two, removal is made by a recommendation of the committee. So the committee is getting together and voting whether or not they should remove one of its members. That's never going to happen either because of our small community here. So I think the addition to this section, and I agree with George, that it should be consistent in all the bylaws across our citizens, should also maybe include, or on the recommendation of the department head that the committee reports to, or the person that the committee reports to. That way, but it still has to have cause. So any member of the board, any member of the committee can go to that liaison, the staff member, and say, hey, this person hasn't showed up. I think you should make a recommendation to the BOCC that they consider removing that board member. I mean, I don't have a problem with having all this language in there with the addition of, as Jack said, a recommendation, or with a recommendation from the, I don't know what we call it, the person who's the liaison to the committee. That would be my recommendation, and to have it across the board.
One last comment.
Yeah,
Rachel.
gotcha.
Thank you for your patience. You know, I didn't mean to make this a big deal, but I saw kind of a hole in it. But I really like John's simple, straightforward. A removal is done by BOCC, an internal policy. How that comes about, comes about. That way we don't have to articulate an absolute path. It's simple to the point of saying, well, guess who does the removals?
Well, I, having listened to this, I think this is something we want to handle delicately and appropriately. As far as I know on this board, it's never come up. I've never, been involved in the removal of someone. All sorts of issues can arise. The language change that I see in here that I think would be most important is after a committee member may be removed from the committee for good cause only by a vote of the BOCC, after a recommendation concerning removal is considered by the BOCC. That's why, to me, it's more about the recommendation being why it's coming to us, and that should be somewhat formal. It shouldn't be word of mouth or behind the scenes, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. So I would leave it open to be that recommendation can come from the committee, the chair, the staff liaison, and leave those three avenues for a formal recommendation to be considered by us. But again, I think the most important part is the transparency and the accountability in the process. It just leaves three different avenues in which it can happen. So if fellow board members feel awkward bringing the issue forward, the staff liaison can say, look, we haven't been able to get a quorum for the past 6 months because nobody showed up, or so-and-so is having some issues. And so I would just leave all three as potential conduits for a formal recommendation, but not require the chair to bring one, not require the committee to vote to bring one, not require our staff. But unless one of those three entities feels strongly enough to bring us a recommendation to consider, it won't happen. So we do not, acting on our own, willy-nilly just remove people. It has to be some feedback from the group itself. Does that seem to make sense to the rest of the board? We can have them draft that more clearly for the second reading. This is just a first reading, so we'll try to move forward. We're okay with the explanation that happened on Section 4 about the duties of the chair. That seems to go solid. Were there other ones that I missed keeping track of that we wanted to modify for second reading?
Special meetings, Article 5,
Yes,
Section
okay.
2.
Thank you, Jack. Page 3, special meetings. Special meeting may be called at any time by the chair or upon written request of two members of the committee. All special meetings must comply with notice requirements of the Colorado Open Meetings Law.
I just added or by ComDev because they really are more linked to the need.
Or by ComDev. It's basically a request to the chair to call a special meeting, is usually the process. If for any reason the committee refuses to meet, that could leave our ComDev in an awkward position because they do have a turnaround requirement and timelines on these reviews. So I think that is wise to add or by the director of ComDev, or the staff, the liaison, the ComDev liaison to this committee.
And that is actually Article 6, correct, not Article 5?
Right.
I want to make sure.
No,
Yes.
yeah. Thank
Article
you.
6, Item 2.
I do know Roman numerals.
Okay. Does that sound sufficient to the board? Okay.
And then there'll be an adjustment on quorum language per article.
Yes, for second reading. Okay. Were there any other modifications that people feel should be brought forward at this time, or questions? Jack, Rob, please.
Just a question on whether this is standard. In Article 6, Section 1, it says regular meetings shall be scheduled twice a month and held on an on-needed basis. It seems like an awful lot of meetings for this ag year-round to have 24 meetings on. And maybe it's just standard and you cancel a lot of them, and it's better to schedule them and then cancel them. I'm just not sure that we're going to need that many.
We probably won't need that many, but if a committee member knows that every other Tuesday is a possible date for a meeting, then they have that on their calendars thinking that they may be needed for the meeting, but we only call a meeting if it's required.
And I guess my fear is getting applicants to commit to every other Tuesday versus once a month.
Well, the other reasoning behind that is if an application comes in just right behind the last meeting, it's hard sometimes to wait a longer period of time for a review by the committee, but it's really whatever you want to do. We could set it up maybe with once a month and then see how it goes, and have additional meetings, special meetings if we need to.
It was just a thought and consideration. I don't know where other people stand. But.
Yeah, I had noted that and decided, well, I'd already brought too many things.
Lower priority.
No, I shouldn't even
fight the battles you can.
Yeah, well, no, but anyway, as a timing thing, because I know we have a lot of work to do here. I'd like to see once a month or as needed. Simple as that. Why should this committee have any more precedence or trying to lock in calendar time than others? For example, P and Z, they have a regular meeting and then they have as needed, and there's a lot of as needed. And an applicant in this process or any other process has to get in line.
Michael or George, your thoughts on this?
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with the current language?
Or
once a month.
Once a month and as needed.
Michael? Okay.
And then also, sorry.
Yeah. I kind of am okay with the existing language, at least to start. I think I'd like, and this is just me, and so, it's still open for discussion, but I feel that there'll be certain seasons in which there may be more applications, prior to building season or during the summer when someone's decided to make a project. And, if it's not down as regular meetings, those board members could say, no, sorry, we're not having a special meeting for you. And you're not going to get your review in a timely fashion. And then when they first review it, they could say, but we have questions about this. We want you to answer these questions, so come back and see us in a month. And we've all been talking about not delaying and not adding hurdles to these individuals. And so I don't want the review of the citizen committee to be something that someone says, I hate when I get to see you, well, sorry, our agenda's already full and we're not meeting again for another month. I just think that we could, it'd be better to have the commitment there, to see the process moves in a timely and efficient manner early on, and then cancel as needed, than to have some citizens being told, well, sorry, we can't see you for 30 days, or we can't even see you in 30 days because that agenda is already full. That could be a problem. And so that's why I think this language is safer. Jack?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I think if I heard that from a committee member about not wanting to meet whatever, I would question why they volunteered in the first place. I mean, you're on a committee, a board, whatever, you're expected to do the job. You don't have to try to calendar things in forever. Look at the work that the P&Z does. And they're on regularly scheduled meetings and as needed. I haven't heard public complaints about their schedule.
Again, that was just my thought, George.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to get at in terms of the timing, but I think we for the committee members, when they understand their obligation, special meetings covers that need in terms of making sure everything flows through the planning department in a timely fashion, so we're not holding up applications.
Okay. Again, that was just my thought. I'm happy to live with this moving forward. That seems to be the direction, to change it to once a month, and to call special meetings as needed. Is that accurate? Okay, so...
One more thing.
One more, Rob?
In that same section, the second sentence says, "Notice of regular meetings shall be made available to the public through the customary county procedure." And I just wrote a note as something, I don't know what the customary county procedure is. When I want to find out what a meeting is, I call John or call someone else. We don't have it on our website when all these citizen groups meet. We don't have a general calendar for those sorts of things. I have found through the election last year when I was running, it was very hard to find out when meetings for all of our citizen boards are. I would like to see, seeing that we just got the IT Communication Technology Award, I would like to see a calendar on our website that has a comprehensive list of all of the regular citizen board meetings, when they meet, so that people can attend and get more involved in those things. So that's just a comment of somehow trying to do that, because I find it very hard to know. The calendar that is on our website has P&Z, Open Space and Trails, Board of County Commissioners, and of course the city information, but it doesn't have any other regular meetings of the county on there. And maybe it's a separate calendar, so it doesn't keep things together.
So let me suggest that we leave this language as...
Oh, no, the language is
Right.
fine. I just wanted to point a note
And that we have a future work session about how do we enhance and improve what is the customary county procedure.
Thank you.
So that we're not expecting a snap to action in the next 10 days.
Yeah,
It
no.
is something to be improved as a
The
service
language
delivery
is fine.
connection.
I just didn't know what the language
Well,
meant.
thank you. I appreciate you bringing that forward. Other questions or comments? All right. I would accept a motion to approve on first reading the consent action of the resolution establishing the Agricultural Building Review Committee and adopting the bylaws of the Agricultural Building Review Committee.
So moved.
Second.
And that's as amended.
As amended.
Okay. And we will see these again on September 28th. I didn't see anyone else come into public comment on our discussion, so I will not reopen that hearing. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. The next item is...
Don't go far, Cindy.
Yeah, he's not. Item number...
I'm sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Cindy. Ordinance number 4, item number 4, an ordinance amending Title IX Roads and Public Places of the Pickens County Code by adding a new section, 9.08, titled Addressing Standards. Cindy Goodman and Mark Gamble. So please, give us an overview, and then we'll open up for public hearing and board questions and comments.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mark Amrett, Communications Director. Cindy and I are here to introduce the new addressing standards, a new section in Title IX, and also a new ordinance set forth by Resolution number 91-154. This is long overdue, in our opinion, obviously. So with that resolution, it is stating that the county needed a comprehensive addressing system. And the problems out there are not limited to, emergency response, to correct addresses, services such as UPS or plumbers, even voting precincts and correct addressing there. So this is what we're introducing. And it's also going to help out the county process of how we go through addressing and how a citizen comes into community development and requests an address, and we'll have a solid process there now. It'll be web-based. And we're just trying to really get this narrowed down so that there is a plan out there for addressing, and there is not one right now.
Thank you. Cindy, do you have any comments on this?
Well, really just, it's been great to work with a number of people on this throughout the county. It's amazing what addressing involves. you kind of go into the depths of the county organization when you start looking at addressing and how that works and for all the reasons it works. So I really want to thank everybody. I had a list of people, which I don't have in front of me right now, but it includes everyone from the assessor's office, public works, obviously communications, community development, GIS, Carrington and enforcement, just tons of people I'm forgetting now that really are involved with addressing and everything, as I mentioned, from when someone comes in for a new building permit, a new address, to someone's address changing because of the number of residences on their streets, that sort of thing. So it's a lot more involved than I think any of us realized, and we've all had a part in it, but now it's going to be a much more comprehensive plan, as Mark said, to ensure that addressing is done properly.
Thank you. Let me ask one question. I'll turn it over to other questions, but does this affect anyone's existing address? Does this, passing this require changes to addresses that we have out there in the county?
There is no plan to go back, and there are plenty of errors out there, but there's no plan to go backwards and try to fix them. However, if a new address comes in and it's not fitting in the addressing scheme, it might require us to go back and try to readdress some residents, but it's not the plan to go out there and try to do that now by any stretch. So as we encounter errors in the system, we will try to address them at that time the best we can. Changing some of the address is a major ordeal for them. So.
George.
Yeah, on that point, and I can't remember, but about a year ago I had a call from a resident up in Crystal River Valley, and I forwarded that on to Lance as well. And it was something that I think this property owner had this address for many, many years, and then maybe it was a shared driveway. I can't quite remember, but it was going to be a new building permit, and that added the number of people accessing to 3, and all of a sudden this property owner was facing having to change his address because of the new applications. And I forget how that pertains, if it got resolved or...
We get those a lot, and I look back at the staff because everybody has to deal with that, and we try our best to accommodate people, but occasionally it does come down to someone having to change their address, which is, as Mark said, quite a burden, and we try not to make that happen, but sometimes it does.
Okay. Other board questions? Michael?
I understand the need for it, and understand some system to do this. It's good to have that. Just in the title, though, in terms of language, you have it's titled Addressing Standards, and that, you're using a participle to state really it isn't. It's an address. You're not addressing standards. It's not about standards. It's about addresses. So why don't you say address standards?
We can do that.
That's one of the best modification suggestions I've heard all day.
Address standards.
That's easy to do.
We can do that.
Okay, so I'm glad we got past that. Now, on terms of, my experiences too have been that people are renaming their driveways off of the main route. And so all of a sudden you've got a road, and it's happened to me in Woody Creek where someone comes and says, well, what's this? And I go, that doesn't exist. But it turns out it's just a driveway. But it's been renamed as a road, and that's been given that address. And frankly, in terms of clarifying locations, it confuses it. Because it's a road that nobody's aware of. Literally, it's a driveway. So, and in terms of what George was talking about was all of a sudden I live on the driveway with 3 residences. We're proposing to who's renaming that? What the advantage of living on a driveway off a main route is that route is, in my case, Woody Creek Road. Now, if I'm all of a sudden living on Woody Creek land. That's, that is terrible.
Well, it gets down to the definition of what's a driveway and what's a road, and so I think, there's individual driveways and there's roads that access 3 or more residences, and so there's a whole standard in the address standards that talk about when a name kicks in, and so.
Well, it says here, on page 9, if a, let me get to it. Shared driveways. If 3 or more addressable structures are accessed by a single driveway, the driveway shall be renamed as a street.
And we're trying to do...
Well, it has nothing to, you don't own that property. You don't own the driveway, so, I'm concerned because I think it'll actually, rather than clarify things, it actually tends to, because all of a sudden you're adding, by the percentage, I don't know, 3 or 4 times more roadways in Pickens County than existed before.
I think there's 2 things. People throw up their own signs without us knowing it. And the other thing is you can have a very, very long, quote-unquote, driveway, say half a mile long, and you have 3 residents or 2 residents on it, and it has a Woody Creek address. And now you're trying to figure out these 2 houses that are way off the road with a Woody Creek address, trying to figure out, is that it? Is this where we're supposed to go? So what we're trying to do is when you have 3 human dwellings, is name a driveway a road, because some of them are pretty long. And it gets confusing for people responding, wherever it is, emergency services, to try to figure out where those dwellings are, especially on very long driveways.
Yeah, I understand the dilemma. I don't think we've actually reached the good point, though, because in my case, there's 3 residences on a driveway. It is not a half mile long, but it's fairly long. And those residences have a number, Woody Creek Road, with a number. So the first residence has the shortest number, and then it's part of the century system, and that's how it works. If we were to rename that, my driveway is a different street, I think it would lead to confusion. First of all, you would know what the main access is, which is Woody Creek Road. It could be anywhere in Woody Creek all of a sudden. It's not on Woody Creek Road. And I'm just not sure we're there to those standards yet.
Let's see if I can try and explain this in a better way.
Well, you don't have to explain it. I understand what you're trying to do. But I think what you have to respond to is you're suggesting adding hundreds of more addresses with particular names to the existing structure, and I'm not sure that people are ready to accept that.
Well, we're not going to go back and try to readdress everybody.
No,
we're trying to...
But go back to my case. You would be adding, just on my driveway, a new street. So that's the difficulty that I'm having, and you multiply that by a factor of 100 or 200.
Yeah.
Have you actually added clarity to the system?
Yeah. We are doing this as a first read, and I think these are really good questions to address. And Michael's raised a good question. Do we have any idea how many driveways with multiple residences may or may not have to be renamed? And to have a little bit of that kind of information and scope answered for us in the public would probably be helpful as we get to second reading, as we move this forward. This may be an item that we'd like to work session on a little bit in between having a second reading. I'm not sure. We'll see how far we get. I can understand both sides of this coin. I can understand that change is not a good thing, and it's kind of been traditionally known as, that's his driveway is the third mailbox after you pass so-and-so turnoff. But I am worried that in the middle of the night, when there are emergency responders trying to find a residence, those sort of directions are just not sufficient. And if I saw a driveway, and I have run into this myself, just trying to find locations for events or get-togethers, where I've driven directly by that driveway, I've waited to see another driveway. I thought, oh, well, this is just for that one house. There's got to be another driveway for that number I'm looking for. And, sadly, not all mailboxes or street corners are really well marked. And so I see the dilemma of our emergency responders wanting to be there within seconds that save lives and make sure they're responding appropriately at the right place at the right time. Again, maybe coming back to the second reading, we could have a little more discussion about this item and flesh it out a little better for all of us.
Rachel?
Michael?
This is I think it's a really substantial change. I mean, if you were to rename a lot of streets, and from a Woody Creek caucus point of view, if all of a sudden there's going to be a whole bunch of new names within the caucus, and you haven't asked the caucus what they think of it, that you've skipped some steps getting to that point.
And if I could, just for clarification, this wouldn't drive those changes. On your driveway, Michael, there would be no change. What this is from this point forward. So if a driveway were added, then we'd be looking at adding the naming standard. But as I understand the implementation of this, and I understand if you read this just this paragraph, it's looking like we'd have to rename all driveways with 3 houses on them, but that's not what's being said here. What's being said is, going forward, if you add a new driveway, it would be named, but you're not going back to rename driveways, is that correct?
Except that if a new lot developed and there were 3 residences on that driveway and now a 4th is added, it would kick it into the standard of needing a name for the driveway.
Yeah, John, I can see your point, but I'm not sure where what that necessary paragraph is within this addressing standards. I gotta, it's clear, for at least from this thing, this is C, shared driveways of 3 or more addressable structures are accessed by a single driveway. The driveway shall be renamed. Now, it doesn't say if this is a new creation or if this is a new subdivision. It just says this.
Right, I just want to be clear on the intent. If that clarification made a difference, that would be maybe a clarification in the language and clarifying the intent coming forward versus, the concern like what Rachel brought up, that as a new house gets added. If that's the concern, then that's something we have to deal with on the policy side.
And I think even the term renamed is awkward because it's just meaning that they're going to get named for the first time. They've never actually been named unless someone, again, has staked out their own little sign to say it's a Duckworth Way or something. It's a joke to their friends. And then, again, it gets very confusing because it's not an official name on our records. George?
Who names it?
Can I go back to this real quick? I think we get rid of renamed and just say name. Maybe that'll help things.
In W/J, there's a Stevens Place road sign, and above that, there's Coyote. So, because people have decided they didn't like the name Stevens Place Road, and so they renamed it. So, I understand the necessity for a good, rational system. I'm not sure we're quite there yet.
And that's, Stevens and Coyotes is a good point of a problem.
I wonder who names it. I always like the way Mesa County named their roads F1 quarter, C1 half, and
there's very little debate. It's the distance from the Utah border or mile grid the other way.
There we go. That's how that works.
Not very creative.
But to George's point, we'd like the citizens to be able to name their own streets, whatever they want. We're going to have a list of names that are going to be tough to pass by the committee, such as if you want to name your street Aspen something, we have a bazillion of those. So we'll have names, we'll have suggestions on names, we'll have names that are going to be tough to pass, but we would like the citizens to try to name their own street as opposed to us.
So if there were the 4 residences on the driveway that now has to go to that standard because it's a newly developed home, it would be a majority vote of the affected homeowners within those 4 homeowners on that road.
They can submit their request really. I mean, we have a form, and if that passes the communication department's standards, then yes, that could be the name. But we're not getting to the level of seeking majority vote on each driveway or street, excuse me.
This is really sensitive. It's a really sensitive subject. If you don't have a lot of public outreach on this, it's going to fail, and because people won't accept it. And people want a rational system. People want their house to be recognized by public safety people, but they don't want it imposed by someone else. They want agreement. They want to be able to agree to that system. So you've got to have public outreach.
Cindy?
But we've just been so entrenched in this addressing issue for years that I have to say, Michael, that this is an area that is very sensitive, and I would take it personally if my address was changed. It's a tough thing to do when you talk to somebody about their letterhead, their, the same address they've had for 40 years. All of that gets very emotional and very sensitive. What we've tried to do here is really just bring to you pretty much the standards that have been used throughout the last 20, 30 years in Pickens County. Not really change much. What we're changing here is kind of the procedure, if you will, on how we deal with it. The standards have changed a little bit in terms of 911 addressing that we've learned more about, but really there's not much change to the way we've done, especially the 3-driveway example for years and years, 3-home example on a street. That hasn't changed much. I think if we're going to do a huge public outreach, I think that would be to the point where we ought to really just revamp the entire system. Mark could just go under his seat right here, but there are a lot of unanswered issues throughout any addressing system, and ours certainly has those. And I think if we're going to go to an extent to have that much outreach about this, it may be time to look at a totally new system, and that's a huge effort to undertake.
Yeah. I'd like to think there's some middle ground in that we do the public outreach of discussion. I mean, part of what I can see on doing this is creating, whether it's a 2-pager or what, in non-legalese, this is very code language, to talk about the whys and the hows it's applied, and how to be involved. Who would the 4 citizens on the road put their suggestions forward to? Who is the review committee? When do they meet? What is the noticing requirements? I mean, just a real non-legalese, how does it apply and why? And get that out to the caucus chairs, and at least have the caucuses have a chance to take a look to it. I mean, there should be a good problem description of why we're even doing this, and reiterate what you're saying, that most of this is codifying existing practices and making it clear to people existing practices. But, when a UPS goes down the wrong street in the middle of the winter and gets stuck on a long driveway in the ice and snow, it's not to anyone's advantage, in the neighborhood or whoever driveway is blocking, and he's probably cursing the day he went down the wrong road. So it's a convenience for the traveling public as well as these safety issues, and it's a sensitive issue for homeowners and people's sense of identity and place in their neighborhoods. And so I'd like to see us move forward with something like this so we have consistent standards in the future. But since it has been lingering for so long, I just can't see a reason not to spend a little more time in the outreach with the public of the hows and whys, and we might get some good suggestions. That's just my thoughts on this. George?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Rachel. I just wonder, through GIS, do you have the ability to try to identify potential property owners that may be affected by this? I was just trying to think in terms of my neighborhood, trying to identify certain driveways. I know there's 1 or 2 homes that are off of the same driveway, but in terms of future potential building lots, is there abilities to look at
Unbuilt
that?
upon lots that would trigger over
Yes.
the standard.
We have Mary.
Mary is in the background. Let's turn to someone with real GIS expertise. Mary Lackner.
There's a couple of things we can do. We can look at an analysis of how many driveways have 3 or more addresses already, and bring that forward. And then, like Cindy was saying, what has not been developed on the end of the driveway, where there are maybe where there are undeveloped lots at the end of a driveway that could potentially be developed. But again, you're not going to really be seeing things that have not been platted, we don't know about.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of the problem, the potential problem.
We could run some numbers and some maps.
I mean, as Rachel said, this, you've been going on this system for 20, 30 years, so we don't need to have this resolved today or tomorrow.
Yeah. Michael?
Yeah, the Sentry system is wonderful, but to this day, people don't know what it means. So, they have 1850 such and such road. They don't know where it is. It's telling you where it is. So even though you've instituted it, that part, and that's really the key to the system, it seems to me, is you haven't even made that clear to the general populace, that's the system we use. And, you look at your odometer, and when it gets to, when you're going 1.85 miles, you're there. People are not, and I'm still trying to, and maybe what's got me going, I'm still trying to get over the change from Lonato Road to Windsor Road. And I have no idea how that happened, and that happened a long time ago, and people still use both names. So it's a very difficult thing. And you have to have general public acceptance.
Would you like us to do this public outreach between first and second reading? Is that what you're thinking, or should
Well,
we?
what I was thinking is we could continue this as opposed to approving it on first reading, so that we can do that type of outreach and then bring it back again. I love to clear things off the table as often and as easily as I can, but I also know there's things that take time, and it's better to go slow to go fast later. And I think that the type of GIS work that Mary just alluded to will also show, again, the challenge that our first responders are dealing with, and when someone's calling because there's a house on fire at so-and-so address, our volunteers need to know to get there as quickly as possible. And that can result in saving lives or containing the fire at a certain magnitude before it becomes a wildfire and affects other neighbors. And we all like to think the worst won't happen, but I think we need to be able to demonstrate a little more clearly why an action of government, which is somehow seem to be more big brother, more regulations, more this and that, is actually about the general welfare of our community. And so I think just taking the time to take those steps will be important. Does the rest of the board kind of agree with that direction of tabling at this time? It is a consent item. I guess it is an ordinance, so we'd need a date certain to table it too for first reading.
Only if
John?
there's been a publication.
Yeah, this is a consent action first reading, so it has been noticed for September 28th.
Well, then, come September 28th, it'll have to appear on the agenda, otherwise we'll have to republish.
Okay.
For continuation.
For continuation, and it's all the pages that you've published here so far, so there's been the considerable expense by the county in publishing. Jack, what are your thoughts?
Well, a number of things. If in answering your question, without trying to get my hands on a couple questions I had myself, I'm not inclined to continue this. this. I think what I understand is that staff in multiple departments, sections, have digested this for a long time, are aware of a problem that is pretty obvious, and this is all about public safety. So I think they've done some outstanding work, even though I'm troubled a little bit by one element. Doesn't mean that it shouldn't go forward. I'd like to see this go forward as a first reading.
Okay.
And then, we have to see at the end of this agenda item really how much discomfort there is. And my main issue and my discomfort is exactly what Michael is talking about, what appears to be Picken County's unilateral ability to change or name, and mostly change, streets, or boulevard, whatever the road is, as it were, in generic terms. John, because this is a public safety issue, I perceive that's what this is about, really, response, etc., on both for efficiency and getting to the problem, whatever it's a fire or a public safety, sheriff's emergency, whatever. We have the ability to do this, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's within state law, etc. And though it's an obvious question, I had to make sure. We could get bogged down by data paralysis here. We could get bogged down by going around the circle. I think with maybe some clarifications, we can move this forward. And one of the things I'd like to see about this, for example, it's on page 2 of the actual body. Under Picken County Addressing Committee, and it talks about one second paragraph, the Picken County Addressing Committee and/or its designees have the responsibility and authority to assign and change an address. Well, that's bothersome to me, but I think it might be clearer if we had some criteria about what would
Trigger
be the
the
needs
change.
and, what would generate that need. We have already heard stated, and as a matter of record, that there's no intent by public safety and the addressing committee at large to go back and redo people's addresses. So we can live with that statement, I believe. Michael is sensitive to that for a very good reason. I think maybe some data for Mary, that's okay too, because let's just see what we might be facing. But I don't want to undermine or kind of put a roadblock in front of some good and important work.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking we ought to act, but then we can always continue at second reading.
I agree with your thought that we have published. We don't want to have to republish again. If we are able to pass it on first reading, we can continue the second reading as long as necessary to feel that we have fully vetted all of our questions and had the appropriate outreach. I also have some comments of formatting, things like that. Michael, you had your hand up?
Yeah, speaking of the address committee, it names all these government organizations, but my preference would be that there'd be a representative from the local, wherever you're naming that there's some feed. This has to be looked at as a consensual process. And if it's a top-down process, you're just going to anger people. But if people get together and say, yes, we'd like to rename this in honor of or after this feature or whatever, all you have to do is look at the renaming, the controversy surrounding Sopris, and renaming that, and what the passions that engenders. And people really feel one way or the other personally involved in it. If you don't have caucus participation in that address committee, not an addressing committee, but an address committee, then you're doomed to resentment and failure, quite frankly.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
On the caucus participation, which I agree with, are you looking for caucus participation in even just a new street? We're not talking about renaming, we're talking about somebody has a plat of land and they're going to subdivide it.
Yeah, I can't, I don't want to get into that. I think subdivisions actually are an occasion to use some of these standards, but renaming and taking what is commonly held knowledge about a certain road. If I lived on Woody Creek Road and all of a sudden now I live on Beatty Lane, that's problematical for me. That's the difficulty there. Within a new subdivision, people can accept a brand new naming system.
I think we're starting to circle around some consensus on how to move forward. My comments on this are that I feel that the section on the address committee, not addressing, really needs to be fleshed out more in terms of how do people find the, who do you submit a letter to? There's no address in here that, there's no posting of when they meet. There's no posting of, how would you view their agenda? If you wanted to keep track of the agenda, if they're meeting once a month to review these type of things, where do you find the agenda? When do they meet? Just a lot more information. Is there a phone number of a contact? If someone wants to find out who to get in touch with because they need to, they're doing a subdivision, they want to find out what the standards are. I think we need to take something that goes from code language down to common understanding and applicability. So that's why I kind of talked about a one or two pager that describes the need, describes the process, things like that. But it doesn't really even, and I noticed there is the appeal process in the back, but it still doesn't say per se, appeal for the addressing committee shall be made to the addressing committee in writing no later than 15 working days of the staff decision. How were those people notified of the decision? It doesn't say will it be mailed to the people on the street. We have a lot of people who live out of town for a period of time. 15 days might be, too rapid a turnaround. If you got back from a little vacation and found out your street was renamed, how are you notified in the beginning that your street is up for renaming by this committee? So I just don't think we have the processes of how the public will interface with this as thoroughly outlined in here as I would like to see.
And also, just to kind of clarify that too, one of the things that all these various agencies and departments have been working on is that internal process. And we have that now. That's why we're so happy. We have all of that figured out internally. And there's a website that's being created that's going to be up as of January. That, and I keep pointing to this because it's our first draft of that, that is going to explain very thoroughly the process that an address change or a new address has to go through in terms of obtaining a new number or name. And it has in that process when letters are sent verifying the new addresses to the owners, all of that. But those are internal procedures that we've worked out in order to implement an addressing scheme. And so maybe what we should do is spend some time showing you that internal system so you might be a little more comfortable with that, absent of the whole scheme of addressing.
Yeah. I think that it would be fair to say we as the board appreciate all the internal work that has gone on to trying to coordinate any number of different departments, road and bridge, communications, ComDev, and integrating this package. And I appreciate it being brought forward. Kind of sometimes when it hits our desk, what we're starting to see is our questions of how does this now interface with the public. And so part of our role is to think about how do we interface with the public with these new processes. So this is not a criticism, I don't think, by anyone of the work that's been done, but just how do we now really smooth its implementation going forward. And so, for me, it's really about having the ordinance have an abundance of information in it, timelines that we all feel are reasonable for a community that does travel periodically in the off seasons and so on and so forth, so that no one feels caught by surprise. Someone may not like the final name that happened on their street, but for heaven's sakes, they were able to be at the meeting at the time when it was considered. They were able to discuss it with their neighbors because they all knew about it. They knew there was an appeal process in place, and they were able to make an appeal, and they know who to send that letter to, what. I just think that we need to demystify the process and allow the appropriate avenues for the public to get in. And that's what I would be looking for with our instructions to John, to you. And if we can move this forward on first reading, I think we could then see both in a work session format before second reading where we're going. We could also continue that until we feel we've had the appropriate public comment and involvement in it. Perfect it as much as we can. Does that make sense to the board? So we are comfortable moving this forward on first reading, and then we will continue the work to refine it. Jack?
I would suggest, though, so staff has a chance to respond, that if any of us have any other questions about other sections, let's just get through them. I agree with the general direction. If it does come up for a vote and it passes, it goes to second and then follow your path that you've laid out.
Okay.
There's just a couple questions personally that I have that maybe we ought to get in, even if it's not an answer now, make sure.
Let's go to that after I hear Mark. I see his hands up. I don't know if you have any more to add to where we think this is going now.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it wasn't your hand. Okay, good. Well, let's follow Jack's suggestion. It is 2:15 now. And we have a couple people to wait for a few other items. Let's see if we can just hit those highlights of what we'd like to see addressed, or what gives us a little concern of the wording. So Jack, please.
And in general, I think you've mentioned, and so let's reinforce that staff knows that there needs to be an actual play. Who is the addressing committee? What's the address? What's the contact? Somewhere that has to be in here. On page 2, and I've mentioned this already under Pickens County Address Committee, talking about changing an address, I am inclined to believe there ought to be some criteria just to, be as transparent as possible as to why this might be happening. And then on page 9, just a clarification under both townhomes, D, and condominium buildings, E, we have under townhomes, the last paragraph is separate numbered addresses may be assigned to townhome units. Should that also be as part of the section under E? Because there are separate buildings and condominium associations, etc. Should that paragraph be also included under condominium buildings? And again, I don't need an answer now, just a consideration. You did answer the question about new roadways which would be proposed by developers, which I agree absolutely with Michael. Let them do their thing. I absolutely agree with Rachel, and I think we ought to think through noticing and all that, because that turnaround for out-of-town, state people, whatever, is possibly not significant enough. And again, my last comment would be, I am concerned about our unilateral ability to change or name, but I think under certain conditions and criteria, that to me is the most important thing we could accomplish. I also would agree with the thought of having Mary doing a little analysis so we get a little more facts, but not have Cindy start an outreach campaign until we have the next step here so we have clarity as to where we're headed, which means you wouldn't do that outreach currently even after first reading. Let's get to second and see where we go. Thank you.
Or let's at least get to a work session in
Well,
between, in which she's brought
yeah,
us
that's-
how they're addressing our concerns, and we could send her off at that time. But you're right.
Further clarification meeting, regardless of the structure.
Other comments on the suggested ordinance itself, or revisions, or cleanups, or additions? Rob?
I won't go in length because I agree with the majority of what was said, so I don't need to reiterate the changes that are already going to come forth in terms of the committee and the appeal process and those sorts of things. I did have one note here, though, regarding, talks a lot about sign numbers and sizes and that sort of stuff. Doesn't really talk about the actual street signs. And I just thought, given our conversation yesterday with the historic place signs, maybe having that work in with this as well, because I think it's really neat to have in our county, a sense of place. And, you know, if you have a historic road, how is that signed? Just a thought.
Yeah.
But I think the rest of the direction that the board has already articulated, I agree with.
Other comments? I guess I have two things that I would suggest. And I think yours was something, how do we think about it? We're not going to start mandating anything in this code. But I will go to page 2, the third section down, or second section down, Pickens County Address Committee. I think there needs to be a new line at the bottom of that to say, individuals wishing to appeal a decision of an addressing committee, see section 9.08.110, appeals. I don't think we need to bring the whole appeals section over here, but I think in the addressing committee we need to reference that there is an appeal, so they look to the back of the code. The second is much more fundamental to me, and I think it may be getting to Michael's issue, and it may, again, seem more burdensome on a staff side. But the way this is written up, and this is the third section of that Pickens County Address Committee, and I will read it. If at any time the committee or its designees identifies an unnamed roadway conforming to the criteria set, an official notification will be sent to all affected property owners informing them of the roadway name approved by Pickens County and the effective date of said change. That to me sounds like exactly what Michael's describing, that some group meeting in a county room will pick a name, and that the people who live on that street have not had any involvement with the committee. I think there should be more of a sequence that they are notified that their street does need to be named, and ask for their involvement in soliciting names. But that name should not be just a notice in the mail that we met 10 days ago. We renamed your street. We hope you like it, and please appeal it if you don't. You know, that is the exact point at which the residents should be involved. That there should be a process that they are notified that their access road, driveway, street is going to be reviewed by the committee, and the committee is soliciting names from residents of that area, and that these are the criteria which names will be considered and judged. These are the criteria which names have to live up to. No more Aspens, you know, that sort of thing. But that's where the public involvement link is missing in my mind.
What page is that on? I'm sorry.
That's on page 2. It is under section 9.08.040. Okay, thank you. Mark.
For a clarification on the board in doing this, would the board like to see a section that is just called renaming and the criteria, and just have it in one big, because it's spread out throughout this document. Would it be a little bit easier to read if we just did a section on renaming and what the criteria for a rename is? Which
Okay. Well, I would think it'd be naming and renaming criteria.
Okay.
Some will be getting the name for the first time.
But put it all in one section, maybe.
Yeah, I think the more that this is condensed down and user-friendly, the better. I would literally think about kind of shopping it to some plain citizens who don't read code language all the time to say how readable, how friendly, how understandable is this to you. And that might help with some of the sequencing or some of the highlighting of the passages. Because this is a very complex matter, and I think you've done a good job of bringing it forward to us. Does that pretty much exhaust our comments and suggestions for going forward? Thank you. Then I would accept a motion to approve, this is a public, no, it's not public hearing's coming up. I would accept the motion to approve on first reading the ordinance amending Title IX, Roads and Public Places of the Pickens County Code by adding a new section, 9.08, titled, to be amended, Addressing Standards, Cindy Hubin, Mark Gamrot. So.
I'd like to make that motion with the considerations brought forward by the board.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded. Is there any further board discussion? There being none, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. We have one last item in the consent actions. We will then take a brief break. We will go to or maybe we can do the confirmatory public reading, but we have a number of motions, open discussion items, been going for 2.5 hours. This item, Barb, would you like to step forward? Number 5 was the one we pulled. Correct. Okay, number 6 is still active. It's an ordinance vacating a trail easement on the Sparovic lot 1B and accepting a new trail easement and river access easement from the Merritt Estate.
You can put the screen down.
We have it set so you can just keep it down or up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wasn't sure about that.
Should be the projector is the warm up.
It needs to warm up, okay.
Okay.
While it's warming up, just real briefly, back in 1982, you guys approved the subdivision of the Sparovic property, which included the dedication of river access easement along the Roaring Fork River, an in-stream access, and a 15-foot wide trail easement along the south bank. In 1994, that first section of trail from Stillwater Lane to North Star, the first section of East Aspen Trail was built, but did not fall within that dedicated easement from 1982.
A little louder.
So what we need to do today is go ahead and amend the trail easement that occurs on Lot 1B of Sparovic to move it over to where the trail actually occurs. By moving that, we lose the connectivity between the trail easement and the river access and the river recreational easement. And so the landowner has very graciously offered to also dedicate to the public access easement between the trail and the river, so that trail users can access the Roaring Fork River.
Okay.
There's a map behind you if you wanted to see showing.
And Grassroots has that pretty clearly up here. George, you want to put one of those lights? Thank you. So the red is the
yellow dash line shows the East Aspen Trail as it exists. There's actually an orange line that is drawn in the middle of that red polygon there. It shows where the actual trail easement was dedicated in 1982. So we'll be vacating that and accepting trail easement for where the trail exists. And then that little block outlined in red there is a public river access easement that the landowner is dedicating to the county.
Okay.
And this will not change any use that is occurring. It just makes sure that our paperwork matches what's on the ground.
Let me ask, just because we pulled a related item, this won't be a trail that goes to nowhere if that other easement is not...
And we're working with landowners on either end to make these same type of corrections.
Okay, gotcha. Questions from the board?
Just
Yeah.
a quick comment. Apparently, this is just kind of ground proofing. Okay, the trail didn't match the easement, so we're just adjusting. Nothing's gained, nothing's lost.
That's correct.
It's a status quo within a clarification for the legal documents, as it
It is. I would like to recognize the mayor of the state, the landowners, because they've been incredibly cooperative in this and very generous in offering to really expand the area of that easement to include the public river access easement.
Well, I'm sure the board and the public would easily agree with that.
Yes, thank you for being sure to mention that. Other questions? Rob?
Because it seems that the trail was built further away from the river
Yes.
than the original easement. Are there access points that are being maintained, or are people tropiling all over the place going between the river and the trail? Does Open Space and Trails have any plan to have certain access points to maintain the riverbank so it's not all over the place? Or?
We have no plans at this time to make any changes to what's on the ground.
Okay.
This is really just maintaining what's happening along there. You know, there's 1 or 2 points where there's defined trails, not too many, and the public's kind of gotten used to how they use that stretch of river. We'll be able to work with the landowner in the future if there's a need.
It's managing itself at this point, but if there's a problem in the future, maintaining that riverbank,
Exactly.
Open Space and Trails will step in and make sure that it's not abused.
Cooperatively with the landowners.
With the landowner.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful.
Other questions? This is not a public hearing, so I would accept a motion from the board on this item.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience today and being here, and we look forward to seeing that other item in the future. Let's go forward with the confirmatory public reading before we break, because I do think it's going to be relatively quick. And Jim also has been sitting here patiently. Jim Elwood, if you'd come forward, please, and I will read the agenda item title. This will be a public hearing if anyone's here to speak to that. Emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, accepting grant offer or offers from the Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program to assist in the funding of capital improvements at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. We pass this on first reading as an emergency ordinance, and so this is our confirmatory reading. We are trying to hit some federal deadlines for our acceptance.
Yes, Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director for the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, and the document that's in front of you, it probably doesn't have a great chance of being successful, but we felt like it was an opportunity that could present itself, and we wanted to be positioned to be able to do the right thing for capital improvements at the airport if at all possible. So there's 3 projects in here that we put forward to the FAA for consideration. They include Alpha 3, which is a connector between the main taxiway that runs roughly north and south, and it's the piece that actually gets you over to the runway and allows you to use that piece of pavement. So that was one project. The second project was some grading that we have on the west side of the airport that's susceptible to bad erosion and some difficulties in maintaining safety operations. So we'd like to get that repaired soon as well. Then the third project was a de-icing pad to be relocated closer to the runway end, and that project is also important to us. I think they were kind of listed in the program in the order I just described, probably in the probability of any chance that we might see federal funds. It is a good opportunity to remind folks, since there's so much discussion about federal assistance in various places, that these monies are not the ones that you pay on April 15th as part of your tax returns. These are dollars that are paid for by users into an aviation trust fund that's designed to create a safe and efficient national transportation safety program. So those taxes that you pay when you fly are
or send mail by air, or those kind of things, is how that fund is supported. So anyway, we're going to see how the FAA looks at this. There are some very unique circumstances this year regarding how the FAA bill has either gone through or not gone through the United States Congress. So we thought it made sense to try to get after these safety issues if indeed there's a way to get funds to us, and they'd be for construction in 2012 should they occur.
Okay, thank you for that, Jim. Do we have other board member questions on this item? Okay, this is a public hearing. I would open the public hearing. Is anyone here from the public to speak to this matter? There being none, I will close the public hearing and board accept a motion.
So moved.
To approve. Okay, is there a second with Michael? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Couple ayes over there too? Okay. John, not John, but there's something I would also like to pass on to you since you're here, Jim. This was a letter that was sent out by the Routt County Commissioners to our representatives related to allowing an increase on the passenger facility charge to go up. That's something that is determined by each airport locally as to what they would like to charge for passenger facility, but there's a cap federally, and it has not been raised in quite a period of time, as well as kind of urging that the regular fees are continued to be collected. I'd like to pass it on to you to analyze and determine whether it would be valuable for our board to send such a letter as well in the future.
Very good. Look forward to that.
A letter similar to that effect is being sent by the Club 20 Board of Directors. So that's all on that.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. We will take a break now. Sorry for anyone else who's been waiting to work with us, but we've been going for a while. Jack?
Yeah, real quick, we're not cognizant of what you just gave. That's asking
Him to analyze it
potentially-
and bring it back to us.
Yeah, but is the point of that letter asking to exceed the current allowed PFC charges? Is that what you're talking about?
That the federal government should raise the cap.
Yeah,
that has
that's
been in place
to
for
exceed
quite a
the
period
current.
of time. And also to continue to collect the fees that were suspended this summer, although that issue may be resolving itself at this time. It's a kind of a fluid situation, but just, background.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will take a 15-minute break and then reconvene. Thank you, grassroots.
Do you have a copy of that letter?
here we go. So, grassroots, we're on. Thank you very much. We are now into the section of our agenda for our regular meeting of Wednesday, September 14th, where we have BOCC open discussion, and that's a time for our manager to bring us items we had not fully prepared through the MOIs. We're continuing some items that we did not get to yesterday. It's also a time for individual commissioners to bring up items, concerns, questions, and just to keep our communications flowing. We are going to go into an executive session at the end of this meeting to continue conversations that we began yesterday, and our attorney will make the appropriate citations at the time. I just failed to mention that at the beginning of the meeting. We have an item with Cindy Hubin, the director of our ComDev, and a request for funding for an air quality modeling program to be able to allow us to adequately, sufficiently, thoroughly respond to the public comment section, public review of the BLM's upcoming land use plans for properties within our county. And so Cindy, why don't you come forward, and we have Sloan with Wilderness Workshop who has made the request for funding, and we had a few questions yesterday, and we will now discuss that more thoroughly. Thank you for being here, Sloan. Thank you for your patience with the meeting.
My pleasure.
Okay. Cindy.
Just to kind of reintroduce this a little bit for those watching, we are entertaining a request by Wilderness Workshop to collaborate with them on a review of the BLM Resource Management Plan, which I understand was submitted to us today. And we don't feel that we have the adequate staff to review technical air quality issues. And there are many people in the region who are concerned about the air quality issues, and so Wilderness Workshop has put forth a request for us to be able to hire people who are experts in the field of air quality, and more specifically 2 specific reviews. And I'll let Sloan talk about those reviews and why we would want to hire 2 consultants to work with us. And then, Rachel, you had asked me to kind of go back and look over some plans and why we think this effort would help us in other reviews throughout the county.
Okay. And you're going to need to be reviewing, from our perspective as a county, this resource management plan in a whole slew of different areas as well. How deep are the documents?
Correct. Well, George saw the document. I haven't seen it yet, but
There's a box.
there's a box. And that review, as you can imagine, as you said, Rachel, it's a land use review of all the BLM lands within a region that's a large region. We're a participating agency or cooperating agency, and we are responsible for review of the wildlife issues, the land use impacts issues, issues in terms of wild and scenic rivers, anything that deals with land use. We will want to review, and this is one area of that land use that's a resulting impact potentially with air quality. So that's why.
And we will have 90 days in which to formulate, review, and then formally submit these comments.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Sloan.
To be clear, the...
and just identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, Sloan Shoemaker, Director of Wilderness Workshop. So, first of all, sorry for the short notice on this, but, we were brainstorming on how to most effectively respond to this RNP. Oil and gas is a big issue in this Colorado River Valley field office. We've been concerned in the past that the BLM hasn't been doing a job that we feel is adequate in terms of analyzing the impacts of the decisions they're making to improve oil and gas development, and we're seeing that on a nationwide level. Particularly, you're seeing LA type ozone levels in rural Wyoming. because of oil and gas development. And so it's a big concern. Air quality issues are extremely complex and technical. We were brainstorming on how we can get the type of analysis done to make sure BLM is doing an adequate job of identifying sources and the emissions from those sources, and then separately have someone who can analyze their modeling itself and perhaps plug in some ozone analysis in that as well. So it's not cheap. We've so far identified a former agency person who is making herself available for this type of contracting basis. I'll pass out her CV to show you her credentials. She's not cheap, but she's good. And there's multiple copies there, and I only had a chance to print out one copy of some comments she submitted on the Tabaput's BLM on gas field development plan to show you, give you a sense of the depth of analysis she's able to perform on a contract basis like this. And so Workshop is not asking you to give us money. We're asking to cost share with you the cost of this expert. So it would be a contract with her, not with us. Her skills, there's two types of experts that we're looking for. This particular person would be analyzing the things that are very specific to the Colorado River Valley Field Office's air quality analysis. The specific sources, potential sources of air pollution, and what their emissions would be. There's also the chance that, that specific information would really only be pertinent to this BLM field office's analysis. However, there's an opportunity also that there be region-wide, that some of the work that she did or someone else would do would have applicability region-wide, and it would interest other organizations working on BLM, oil and gas development, and air quality issues throughout the state and a multi-state region. And so there's also a chance, to the degree to which this expert's comments have region-wide applicability, there'd be an opportunity for these other groups, more regional groups, to cost share as well. So I'm hoping we can get my staff or Peter Hart on the line.
I had to leave. She just got it. Whoever answered the phone just got an email from him, and she was going to email him back with the phone.
Okay. He knows more of the specifics and the details of this, but it's and I don't actually know how much we're asking you for.
Okay.
$6,000.
Okay. And $6,000 of what is perceived to be an $18,000 project, so we would be 1/3. And this is one of the two studies, types of work, types of experts that would be hired on this. I guess one item for background for all of us, the resource management plan will be a guiding document for the Bureau of Land Management in our region, in this field office, to guide their future leasing activities, properties they put up for lease, any type of stipulations that they put on those leases, areas they decide not to lease, their potential pacing of leasing, all these type of components. And so that's why a thorough analysis is something we're considering here on this one aspect.
And particularly, it would prescribe the mitigations for any air quality impacts that their analysis reveals. So this is a key opportunity to assure that if they're going to do it, they do it right.
And process-wise, we're at a draft phase, so they will need to consider all comments that are submitted and respond to them and answer them in some way in the record of decision. Once that window closes of comments and that final comes out, while you can appeal a final, and who knows where that leads, you really can't appeal on new items that aren't covered in your comments on the draft, for the most part.
Right. Very
in
good.
any real grounds.
Mr. Hart?
And this
Yeah,
will
let me put you on speakerphone.
be a guiding document for them for the next 10 or 20 years, unless they entertain amendments to their resource management plan. And that's a kind of cumbersome process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have specific questions? Is Peter on the line now? Can you hear us?
Mr. Hart, can you hear us?
No. Okay. Thank you and welcome. We are now at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. We are discussing the request for funding for this air quality monitoring program. Let's just hold off on your comments, Peter, and entertain questions from the board about this.
Just a quick question. Have you approached Garfield County? Are they interested in participating in this as well?
We have not approached Garfield County. That's something we should consider. They just shelved their health impact assessment, which this is one of the questions it's supposed to get at. So there was an article in the paper today that a grant application was withdrawn to do a similar air quality analysis. It's occurring in Battlement Mesa, so we thought it'd be more productive to talk to you guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I'm just curious, given that their citizens may be very concerned, as Garfield County obviously is one of the larger producers of oil and gas wells, and what I understand is they just received a good chunk of royalty money as well. So I'm just curious if they've been approached, if they're interested in joining a study with us, because they're involved in the BLM process as well with the travel management plan.
They are. And they're also a cooperating agency with us, as well as Eagle County, who is part of this BLM region that we're looking at. So I think that's a great recommendation to at least approach all the counties within the region for some assistance.
Because I'm assuming that they would want to see the results and utilize them however they want to, because it will be public knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. The results of the study, if we fund it in their totality, would be available for public consumption.
Indeed.
That's clear. Thank you for that, George. Rob, you have something?
Yeah, a couple of questions. You had said that this resource management plan is for a region. What region is the resource management plan covering?
I wish that I had gotten the copy of what they sent us, but BLM has several regions, and this region comes south from Kremling, down
So way north of
right,
Kremling.
but then all the way down south to Pitkin County, and I think Pitkin County is the most southern region in this document, and then it goes west, but I don't believe, is Mesa County part of this?
I don't know, but Garfield County, which goes basically to the Utah border.
Right, Garfield, definitely, and it doesn't just follow the county lines. It's a BLM line, and which is typically more based on, say, the river corridor or something like that. So I can get a map for us, but it's a large, large region.
I mean, I guess my initial reason for asking that question is, why aren't there more governments participating in a study like this? And obviously we've got some great concerns, and this is a pristine environment, so we have a greater feel to the impacts of things like air quality, depreciation due to oil and gas leases on BLM lands. But that's the reason why I asked the question. I'd like to see more people participating. If we're going to participate at such a high level, maybe that pie can be divided up among more slices. Talk a little bit about the study, because is this an analysis of the study that's been done by the BLM, or are we actually contracting people to do a study, i.e. take readings and discover stuff? And this is really, I mean, the report this is a different report as an example of this person's work, but this is kind of an analysis, not really a study. It's an analysis of somebody else's study.
Yeah, it is analysis of BLM study, and it's a critique of it, if you will.
A critique, yeah.
And assuming, not that it's all going to be critical, but we've seen in the past where BLM hasn't, in our opinion, BLM hasn't fulfilled its obligations to fully evaluate what the air quality impacts of their oil and gas development decisions are going to be, and they are the agency in charge of making these decisions, and so they are doing the analysis, and this is this NEPA process they're going through, and so it's our job and to make sure they're doing it right, essentially. And so there's both the analysis of their, and Peter, feel free to jump in any time, but both the analysis of how well they did it, and then secondly, a separate expert, we want to do an independent modeling to see if there's another way to do it that's more comprehensive. Peter, do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, the vision is two experts, one who's specifically qualified with regard to ozone modeling, because ozone is obviously one of the biggest issues associated with oil and gas development and public health, and one of the biggest concerns that we've got. And so, but it's very specialized, and one of the responses that BLM has given us when we've asked for adequate analysis of ozone in the past is that it's very complicated, it's very expensive, and it has to be done on a broad scale. So, what we're expecting is that their ozone analysis is going to be, broad, maybe even regional in scope. And in order to really make sure that that's being done well, we need an expert not only on ozone but on modeling to make sure that their models are up to snuff and if necessary or appropriate, potentially to run an independent model that would potentially present a different picture. A lot of that is speculation. It's not totally clear the scope of the work that would need to be done on ozone. But the second expert would be a more general air quality expert. That's the one, Megan Williams, whose CV I think you all have seen, and a sample comment letter from her I think has also been circulated to you. And her, she's taken a more 30,000 foot examination of the document as a whole and all of the air quality issues, not just ozone. But that's what we've been thinking.
Okay, does that kind of answer the question there? Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just reading here. Even very low concentrations of ozone can be harmful to the upper respiratory tract and lung. The severity of injury, this is from the Canadian Occupational Safety and Health. The severity of the injury depends on both the concentration of ozone and the duration of exposure. Severe and permanent lung injury or death can result from even very short-term exposure to relatively low concentrations. So that's why we'd be concerned about this, it seems to me. The larger question, though, is there's a number of questions about the BLM, the air quality, their leasing procedures, and I think we need to get together and form a comprehensive plan on how we interact with Wilderness Workshop and other interested parties on how to deal with it. Because I don't want to say, well, doing 6,000 for ozone and 2,000 for leasing. I'd like to know the whole. If we have a common strategy and how we can implement that. I'm not asking you to discuss it now.
Understood. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Thank you.
Other board questions?
Michael, what was that you just read? What website is that on?
It's on Wikipedia, but it's a quote from the Canadian Center for Occupational Safety and Health. And you know how reliable the Canadians are, so.
And Wikipedia.
The example is, there are places in rural Wyoming that had absolutely pristine air until this boom started, and now they have high ozone alerts where they're susceptible, the young and the old, and people with respiratory weaknesses are basically locked in their houses for the day until the high severity ozone passes. So it's a very serious matter. We're already seeing people sick along the Colorado River Valley corridor there. Industry denies that there's a connection, but common sense suggests otherwise.
Yeah, I think we get confused sometimes because we want ozone up at the upper levels of our atmosphere. It's good. We don't want ground level ozone. It's traditionally caused by many sources, both emissions and then the organic volatile compounds that can form with the mixing of sunlight and exhaust, diesel exhaust, things like that at the ground level. We do have unique circumstances here of temperature inversions, and we've seen that in the past when the sun is heating the upper atmosphere and not so much the ground, and because that's warmer, the cold air gets trapped, and that leaves you with that semi-smog-like condition as part of a problem the city and the county addressed a decade or so ago with PM10 and trying to have cleaner burning fireplaces because our air quality was suffering at that time. We had quite a smog problem over town. I'm in full support of moving forward with this. I don't want to hold it up over our other people participating. I'd like to see other participation. I think it's appropriate to make that request, but I'd like to see our board make the commitment to at least the $1/3, $6,000 that we have been requested so that this does go forward. We are on a timeline. There's a 90-day comment period. We'll want this work back in time for us to fully digest it, or as Michael has said, how do we present this as part of a comprehensive review and comprehensive groups working together on some of the other elements as well. What strikes me is maybe a little bit of an example, and maybe it's a little touchy because it's close to home, but the city did its initial analysis and hydrology reports on Castle Creek when they're looking at the hydro plant. Through our Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, we went back with other experts to kind of verify were those older numbers and older modeling that they used correct, where we're going to be making decisions on the best data possible. And we found some variances between their older seasonality of the reports, or as it's often said, that it's the devil is in averaging. So you have to understand both your peaks and valleys on these sort of things and their long-term impact. Again, for me, this is a guiding document that's going to affect the health, safety, and general welfare of our community and of our citizens going forward the next 15 or 20 years. And not being anywhere near an expert myself, I need to rely on experts, and I appreciate this coming forward. I have a funny feeling that had Sloan and Wilderness and Workshop not made this request, and Cindy got the box on her table today, she may very well have been coming in to us separately asking for additional resources for the type of professional analysis needed to make sure we really were submitting meaningful comments. And so, again, you've heard me speak now. I'm supportive of moving it forward. Let's see if others have comments, and we can move on to other items as well. George?
Yeah, I agree. I'm very supportive of this. I think, as I said yesterday, the BLM was a little reluctant in terms of trying to even do an air quality study way back when. And so I think this is critical for us, for our environment. And if it's possible that other counties would be willing to participate, because they will be beneficiaries as well, I think we should invite them in as well. But I wouldn't wait for them. I would just go ahead and support it.
Okay. Others? Jack?
Yeah, a couple questions. Timing is critical here, and I'd like possibly Peter to address how we can mobilize so quickly. I mean, do you have both consultants online, ready to go, under contract, et cetera, et cetera? Here we are, starting the 90-day review period, and it's not going to be done overnight. This analysis, this is very technical. Peter?
Do we lose Peter?
Is he on mute?
Is he on mute?
Are we on mute, I mean?
No. Mr. Hart?
don't recognize you called it that.
Sloan, maybe you can answer that question.
You know, no, the contracts aren't started. We just started coming up with this idea last week, and put some feelers out amongst our community, who sent us to this person whose CD we just passed around. I'm not even sure we've talked to her yet, but I know, according to our sources in our community, she's available to do this kind of thing. So we haven't done a competitive bidding process. If that's required, I'm not sure. And we haven't sourced this ozone expert either. And I would say, how about we do this? Instead of saying precisely who and what and how much, that we go do some of this legwork. We want to present it to you as a concept initially, really. But how about we go do some of this legwork and come back with you with more details on who and how much and how fast and what the contract will look like to finalize this thing. Does that work?
What I'm hearing is we'll give you $6,000.
Yeah.
Go get it.
Sorry, I must have lost you somewhere. We're going to put you back on speaker.
You hear that from us?
Don't confuse things.
Okay, Mr. Hart is back in the line.
But maybe what I could do is, you could direct me to stay on top of that.
And give us a report
Good.
about how it's unfolding. I think Jack's main comment is timeliness. If this ends up being a rush job in the last 25 days, it may not be worth our money. We want to make sure that for our money it's done thoroughly and correctly.
Well, I think we can give certainly Cindy the responsibility, authority, whatever, to monitor this, shepherd it, make sure we're going to get what we expect to get out of this, which I understand is an analysis of this resource management plan. Not going to go out in the field and do monitoring, none of that. So then my second question, by whomever can answer this, including Peter, is at the end of the day, okay, we're going to make comments on a draft. But, okay, we make comments and they're submitted and the result of that is what happens. We'll leave that to the future. But how can we, Pitkin County, use this? I mean, can we use it more so than just comments? Will it help us understand some standards that we need to maybe implement? Or, is there something beyond just a response to this plan?
Well, I
think that the comments can be used for a number of things. I think that they'll be useful in informing issues that we may not all be up to speed on and aware of on an ongoing basis. So certainly how Pitkin County is going to react to and how Pitkin County is going to understand oil and gas development in the next 15 to 20 years on public lands within the county. It also raises issues that, if they're substantial, if they're significant and concerning enough, that Pitkin County could, appeal or file suit on potentially down the road. If that was a route that the county wanted to go, if the county was that concerned about potential impacts. There are going to be substantial impacts associated with this. I think that the reasonably foreseeable development scenario anticipates 15,000 wells in the field office or in the resource planning area in the next 15 to 20 years, which is at least a threefold increase over what we've currently got. So, it has the potential to be a very big deal, and the impacts substantial.
Yeah, so I would agree. I want to support this. For me, it's probably up to $6,000. I mean, let's just not say $6,000. Got to bring us some more information.
Okay, so if other partners come in, less is spent.
And the partners are important. But I agree also. Let's not wait for some other individual counties that might have a different outlook.
Great. Okay, we do not really need a motion on this at this time, or do we, John?
We would bring it back as an appropriation. Or if we need an appropriation, we may try and find it within our existing
Okay.
budget.
Yeah, I just want to say I support it too. I just, I'd hope that the more partners would contribute, bringing our number down. Can somebody explain to the new guy what the funding procedure is for this, where this money comes from, what we're not spending money on because we're spending money on this, those sorts of things?
So there are a couple of alternatives there, Rob. One is the board has a small contingency fund that you could draw down. This would, I think it's $10,000. You've spent a little bit of it. That would be a significant use of those funds. We also have contingencies from our fund balance, and then the third option is typically you don't spend everything that's appropriated in your budget every year for various reasons, and at this level we would probably try and find it within our existing appropriations because we've got vacancies or what have you.
But whatever the source is, it would eventually come back to us as a either an appropriation document that we need to pass to formalize kind of an amendment to the budget, as it were, or just an acknowledgement that we are going to be funding this from unused funds within a given department.
Exactly.
budget.
And so I haven't gone back to look at that yet, but at the end of the day, it's coming out of the general fund.
Okay. Well, again, I think that this is an important move for us. It's hopefully that pounds spent that saves a lot more pounds. We had a presentation maybe 3-4 years ago with the specialist from the Paonia area. I'm trying to recall her name.
Theo Colburn.
Theo Colburn. We kind of think of, these are the emissions from maybe the drilling, or are they properly flared, are they properly captured, so on. But there's also issues such as the evaporation ponds. And that's something that people will live with for a very, very long time once one of those is in their neighborhood, their neck of the woods. And so there's a lot of different contributing factors into this overall mix. And being something I can't see and touch, I need the experts to tell me what's going on invisibly to our community. So you have your direction. We'll go from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
While Sloan is here, can I throw out one open discussion?
That would be fine with me if it's okay with the board, that we're in open discussion. George,
That'd be
please.
great. I got a call this morning from Will Rolch, and sort of a last-minute invitation to attend the Great Outdoors American Week in D.C. next week. And it focuses on public lands for conservation advocates, sportsmen, youth leaders, all looking at protection of the American great outdoors through interest in increased funding for these organizations. And I didn't know much about the organization or about the conference, and one of my questions or concerns was to go back there rather than just go to a conference. It would make sense if I had the ability to get up on the hill and knock on some doors and actually get in and talk about some of our concerns, just as we've talked today in terms of air quality, the Thompson Creek issue, wilderness bills and things like that. So I'm still, Sloan is going to try to get some further information in terms of what has been set up, but I don't know if you have any other information about this type of conference and how the networking works.
Yeah, and just to give you all a little more context, there's a nationwide effort right now to raise the profile of some of the attacks that are occurring, both on sort of bedrock environmental laws as well as public lands, and so this gathering in D.C. has been organized to bring people in from all over the nation to brief them on some of the details of not only the attacks to the public lands but the value of public lands, and then to saturate the Hill with broad spectrum folks from across the country, including elected officials, to go and communicate our concerns and what's important and what's valuable to us as local communities in our relationship to public lands. Go communicate those to the decision makers on the Hill. Those meetings are being set up, So it's built into that schedule, even though that schedule doesn't reflect it. It's built, there's empty spaces on that schedule that those meetings will fill in. So that legwork is being done now. And there's funding. These national organizations like the Wilderness Society have identified funding that they ask us to help them identify spokespeople to go back. And so there's funding for your travel and for your lodging. So it's essentially a free trip, except pay for your own meals, to go and let them know the nexus between the quality of life here in Pickens County and these public lands.
And I understand when I talked to Will, there was no one else, not only in the county, but in the valley that was going back.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out if there's someone else going to go too.
Okay.
I had communicated with Will last week that I would not be able to attend as chair, and having missed a certain number of meetings or work sessions already in my role on NACO with the public lands groups. But I would encourage, if it's possible within your schedule, for a board member to be able to attend. And I think George has a lot of value there. Then he was just back with RAFTA. And the more we as Pickens County are able to have our presence felt with all our representatives and a developing relationship with those staffers, it's an opportunity to both present, lobby, and express our concerns on this key item, but certainly for George to be able to talk about some of these other issues in which we may need some federal involvement, or our concerns, whether that's water issues, whether it's thanks for the RAFTA grants, things like that in person. So I personally think it's tremendous value. I think that's kind of what county officials do and can do at various times. These things do come up at the last minute. I know that, how was it, a year and a half ago, Jack, or so, that you and I both went to Grand Junction to comment and participate on one day of the early formation of this great American Outdoors program, which the BLM has been launching. And we also are familiar with the attacks on any type of program through the Department of Interior to say that some landscapes should be preserved. And I think that's what it really was about. The Forest Service has long had this mission of managing, protecting the public forests and their campsites and things like that. The BLM has been a little more of a different animal in terms of how it looks at and how it manages its public lands for recreation and for wildlife and habitat, scenery, things like that. So I think that if we had someone from the board who was able to go and represent the concerns that we're seeing and that we feel on BLM lands within our communities, it would be good to join in that.
Yeah, and I told her I was interested and told Sloan that, and I just wanted to get some more details and see what sort of appointments were already set up, and if we needed to try to set up some other appointments that we'd have some time to make some calls perhaps tomorrow.
Make your time valuable there, I think that would
Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be great to get in front of the agency staff, the Department of Interior staff, and even if you could meet with Secretary Salazar himself.
Yeah. Okay, so are those your questions for Sloan?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the board know, and then since Sloan was here, to have them provide a little information.
And so I will get back to you with the schedule, the meeting schedule, ASAP.
Okay.
Thanks, Sloan.
And I would hold you here for a second longer as well for one of our other open discussion items, just I think it would be valuable, but to try to bring closure to this one. This is essentially a decision that George can make as an individual commissioner to attend or not attend. It's not that our board is sending him or not sending him, although if we had a desire to say, put in an impediment to that, we might say, well, we don't think meal per diems would be appropriate, for you to go, or something like that.
You going to put me on a diet?
Put you on a diet or make you pay it out of your own pocket. But so those will be things that you'll investigate. You'll make a decision as to whether to attend or not. And we would just be a 4-person board next week for the work session we have on Tuesday. And you could accomplish the site visit separately with staff and some things like that. Do board members have comments about this in general? I've already weighed in, I think it'd be good. Okay, so we seem to be relatively settled on that approach for right now. And the one I was going to mention to you, Sloan, because we received it yesterday, and I hope I saved the paperwork. We have now a limited public comment period time on the Air Force flyover training flights. And it's my understanding that goes on. We're not going to discuss it at great length today, but that a number of communities, particularly along the Front Range, who objected very strongly have been dropped from the flyover territories. But they're holding hearings in Gunnison and Montrose. We are still shown in the map as being part of this new training region. And I know we had gone on the record before and expressed some concerns. Cindy perhaps can get you a copy of those. But there's all sorts of, does this make elk move in January when they're trying to preserve their fuel stock to make it to the springtime? Does this trigger avalanches in the backcountry? Will this enjoy that quiet, disturb the quiet enjoyment of our wilderness areas if people were out winter camping or cross-countrying, let alone the hazards of potential search and rescue missions in the mountains should the training not go so well? And so I just want to make sure you and your organization is aware of that, and we are going to come back later for additional comments and develop our comments on the draft.
Yeah, I'm aware of it, and I know that there's some larger organizations that work on a regional level that are going to be commenting on this, and I'm happy to access those and share them with you. We won't. It's just simply beyond our scope.
Okay.
But we'll be happy to do what I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Would it be beyond your scope if they flew over wilderness?
No. However, there are some DOD guidelines on overflights of wilderness, and they set some minimum altitudes to fly. They can take minimum elevations for flight, so those decisions are kind of already set. Yeah. Well, they are. The regulations are in place now, and it's one of the issues we're dealing with on Red Table Mountain with the helicopter operations up there, and whether it's going to be wilderness or a special management area or whatever. And they cite to, if it's wilderness, they have a minimum 2,000-foot floor that they're not supposed to go below over wilderness, designated wilderness.
Yeah, we should double check these documents, how they specifically handled that area, because in the broad description is training flights as low as 300 feet above ground. So we need to make sure that is a respected
Probably
guideline.
not
wilderness, because
And Picken County was mentioned initially as one of the flyover zones. So.
Yeah, and so imagining them coming over from the Gunnison area, how could it not be over our wilderness?
Exactly. I can't imagine there's no route.
Okay, so anyhow, I want to pass that along as an awareness feature, and we can appreciate any resources for additional investigation by our staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. We'll be in touch.
Okay. So we have done the air quality study. We have reviewed the Air Force thing one last thing. For open discussion items, I have, Jack, that you wanted to give us an update on CCI.
Yeah, I want to do it very quickly. We had, and I'll focus almost exclusively on the things we propose as legislative items. Under general government elections, and it was kind of funny here to see no new legislation is required was the first comment in the format. We have actually proposed solution, fiscal impact, proponents, opponents, and then CCI staff rates the difficulties. And so we started this conversation completely understanding, we're not requesting legislation. It was just, let's keep in tune with the fact that decisions about elections ought to be made locally as to the type, either going to the polls or mail-in, etc. And that, I think we're really talking about elections in general. There's a difference, I think, Off-year elections can be mail-in, but general elections, according to current state law, they don't allow that. But there was a lot of momentum last year to change that, and it kind of got to a point and then was thankfully withdrawn. So the solution for us here is to amend the policy, CCI's policy in general government. And it's very simple, and I'd like to be able to have us submit really just a word change, and it's a sentence here. So let me read what the policy is. CCI supports giving county governing bodies, in consultation with county election officials, the option to have any election conducted by mail ballot, acknowledging that there may be reasons that a mail-in ballot is not appropriate in certain. This policy was several years ago when mail-in ballots started to come around, and all of that is primarily due to budget. But I would suggest we simplify this, eliminate most of that, and say CCI supports giving county governing bodies in consultation with county election officials the option to determine the type of election by local governing bodies regardless of election cycle. We could refine that language, but basically what we want to do is reinforce what has been our view, at least in the past, that local elected officials ought to be able to determine the type of ballot. So is that okay to move forward with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good on that.
Let's rock and roll here. The next one is under taxation and finance. This was a real fun time and a challenge, but we were somewhat pretty much successful. Under the Gallagher Amendment Study, we actually talked about having CCI come up with a committee, as it were, and the group decided that no, that's not good enough. We ought to actually be requesting first a legislative interim committee, similar to our Ag Committee that we help support. The fallback would be a CCI committee. So that got support, and it will go to the October 7th meeting, which is when we, as a group, will determine what actually goes forward. This is the first pass. The second one concerning condemnation of public lands and, for example, by utilities and getting full market value. Chip asked us, Chip Taylor is the director of CCI, he asked us to put a placeholder in on that because, of course, last year Senate Bill 50 was proposed by Boulder County trying to deal with this. So right now there's ongoing discussions at multiple levels to find out, well, where are we? So we got this forwarded as a placeholder to October 6th, not knowing exactly where we're going with that. The other one was RET. Unfortunately, this one died by the time we got here. People come and go or out of the room. We did have a close vote. We lost by 2, but this is not going to go forward, the discussion about RET. And there was certainly interest, but a lot of people felt pretty much that, well, here we are, banging our heads against the wall. And one of the CCI's policy is to try to understand how much staff capacity there is and the challenges we face. And since this, I couldn't believe Gallagher went forward. That was fantastic. And fortunately, some of our more conservative commissioners supported this because they understand the need concerning or the impact of the business community. But this one, and everyone understands what this is, it just didn't go forward.
Let me ask, though, as a clarification, weren't we just submitting a request that should Tabor reform go forward, abilities to reinstitute voter-approved RETs be also part of that Tabor reform package? And I thought we had kind of soft-pedaled it, that not that we wanted a RET ballot language in 2012 or something, standalone, that's not what we were requesting, but just that if Tabor reform goes forward, it would be a position of CCI that RET reform should also be part of it?
Well, we really didn't get we didn't drill down that deep as to, well, what if? It was literally the issue of RET and is it timely to bring it forward.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that was where that one went. And I think I have one more. As far as progressive counties, Pickens County and Eagle County really brought some tough issues forward. Let me see. For the last one, no. Well, I'll share this.
That was the restaurant fees. And
excuse me?
was that the restaurant fees, licensing, inspection fees?
Yeah, that one. Let me be looking for that. As far as Eagle County, they did two things. They wanted to, on transportation telecommunications, raise the excise tax imposed on gasoline by 25 cents. That one moved forward. And the other one, have a discussion, actually create a legislative task force about VMT, because everyone's really looking for solutions about the road and bridge problem funding issues. And so that one did not go forward because it seemed so complicated, and there wasn't a lot of support. There were multiple reasons, but I have to credit Eagle County for at least challenging, bringing the ball. And Rachel, thanks for reminding me there was that one other one. I don't remember.
I think there were one combined request that they then split into two separate requests. The one is that on septic tank, on-site wastewater treatment systems, that when we do an inspection, we're allowed to recover our actual cost of the inspection, not just a state capped fee. And that seems to be moving forward separately through an organization of statewide wastewater treatment facility people and water people. And so CCI, I think, was going to take a backseat and just watch what moves forward with that. And Carla has kind of worked with some of those efforts.
Yeah, and I don't think staff put that within the committees that would have that maybe come up in land use?
Can I
Yeah, John.
Yeah, we did, and actually Andy had written back, and there's an effort already moving forward, and so I think CCI took it off the table, Jack, for consideration on their legislative agenda, because there's already an effort moving forward to give more flexibility on the the individual septic and sewer disposal system fees. So
yeah, here it is.
It
was not brought forward,
but there's already action occurring on it.
Yeah, kind of a continuation of last year's discussion. There was a potential to get it done. Okay, that's it for.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, in case I perked your ears up, the restaurant inspection fee situation is that the state will either inspect, or a local county's Department of Health, Environment, or however they assign it, will inspect. The state is tremendously under-resourced. They may get around to any given restaurant any 3 to 5 years period once. Being a resort community, we have used this as an opportunity to help train the staff that turns over frequently about food safety standards and make sure that all of our guests, as it's in everyone's interest, have a safe food experience. Yet again, it's a loss leader for counties. We're not able to recover the full cost of the time, and we were hoping to see some administrative change so that it was just actual cost, not a state cap fee. We get some reimbursement from the state for each of those that we do perform, but again, it doesn't cover our costs. And my understanding is that the Restaurant Association and government have kind of come to a handshake agreement, and that it was raised a few years ago. It's still not actual cost, but that they have acknowledged that there's a need to see this grow by some inflator periodically, not every year, but every now and then, so that it is somewhat concurrent with real cost. So again, the recommendation from CCI staff was let that arrangement stand, let it go forward. It's not a battle you want or going to win, but at the same time, it's still something that if we try to make, some of our programs neutral to the taxpayer as a whole, that's not happening. We still need to support those activities out of the general fund. So that's just the broad context. So thank you for attending that, Jack. I will be down there this Friday. And then we'll both be down there on October 7th, which is also kind of the final vote of key, we'll drop these from the CCI legislative agenda and workload program for the following year. Nothing's final yet. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for that. Let's see what we can do here to get back into more of our normal format of open discussion. John, do you have any open discussion items?
I have a few items to bring forward to you. First, we did hear from Snowmass Village today, and they've had some scheduling challenges on Monday and have requested to reduce our time down to 1 hour. So Russ and I have worked up an agenda consistent with that. Obviously, Brush Creek Bike Path, I think, was number one on our list and certainly important to them. We'll also have an update on the Healthy Community Fund for the board to get and some fact sheets from that. The Snowmass Town Council wanted to talk about the Ziegler property and give us an update on what's happening there. That's where the dig is. We then have memos around the Mountain Park update and the airport runway extension. If we have time, we'll do a quick economic update, but we'll definitely hit those first three items. If we have time for a fourth, we'll talk about the Mountain Park. We feel like we can probably fit that in the new timeline.
Does that change the time at which we're supposed to be there? Are we still supposed to be there at 4? We just want to end by 5?
By 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that update, John.
The next issue is, and this is a little bit of a new process for me as a new manager, but in the past, as the county's forwarded ballot issues, the board has had some consideration of pro statements. You heard Dwight bring up today that pro and con statements are due by Friday. There's a very rough draft that I'll go ahead and hand out. I believe, George, you are looking at submitting a pro statement as a resident of the county. This is really an opportunity, I think, for the board to take a look at this, what is really a very rough draft. These are really well vetted at this point.
Yeah, so as John says, as you look through this, and you don't have to do this right now, obviously, just forward any of your comments, suggestions to me, probably via email, and then I'm going to submit this as a citizen, and I also serve on the Health Community Committee as well. I'll submit this to our clerk's office on Friday.
So I don't get it. So this is a statement by you, and you want our comment? So it's a statement by you as a private citizen, but you want Board of Commissioner comment?
If you're interested in participating on this, anybody can send in a pro or con statement to the county clerk, regardless. So if you have any, it's just an FYI, if you have any interest in looking at this and participating, that's great. If not, that's fine.
Yeah, I have asked John and Ely, we'll get two Johns over there, and there have been times in the past where we have forwarded pro statements as a board and spent a good bit of time crafting those. The Healthy Rivers and Stream Board questions, probably the most recent example to my mind. There have been other times in the past when the board has not forwarded and submitted pro statements as a group. And I think that our staff generated these as a potential for us to discuss. So John is forwarding them to us, but they really didn't spend a lot of time refining them and going forward, not knowing if we would want to do that or we would not want to do that as a group. And so I guess that question could still sit on the table. Do we want to forward comments as a group, as we did in the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, and kind of try to rework these and things like that this afternoon, or to let it fall the other way where the board doesn't put them in as a group and an individual does? Mike?
Well, I'm just trying to see clarity, because now you really confused me.
Okay.
Because what I heard, I thought I heard, was George is going to author some statement.
I'm going to submit these comments.
He will probably build some statements off of these, but I don't know that these would be submitted exactly as this rough draft is.
So, see, you have to understand where George is doing it as a private citizen, right? You're not saying you're a county commissioner.
Correct.
And yet you've got this information from a written document from the county staff, and now you're going to submit it as I mean, that seems to be confusing. And we either submit it as a board, or George crafts his own statement. But this hybrid situation of having a county prepare some documents, and George submitting it as a private citizen, that's you know, it's not, it's just an odd link going through there. So I'd like to have more clarity on that.
I guess the other question I would have is, staff has prepared a draft for us to look at. If the board does not want to submit as an entire board a pro statement, then I could still submit this not only as a private citizen, but as a commissioner.
Absolutely. Well, as a private citizen.
Yeah.
So I'm seeking, you know, I'm not objecting to any of this, but I'm trying to figure out how to make this clearly one thing or the other. Right now, it sounds like both. But when it's finally put in something, in a document, and only George's signature on it, people are going to go, well, what's going on here? I mean, that's would be my reaction.
Rob, can someone, because I was going to ask Dwight to question this too. The pros and cons statements, how are they used? How are they published? How are they distributed? How are they edited? Is it just all on a website with thousands of pages to read?
I could get this wrong, but at least I can answer some of your questions. I think they have an obligation to take all statements that are received, pro or con, and they condense them to a 500-word summary. They can be no more than 500 words. So if they had 10 different citizens submit 10 different statements that were each 500 words, then they have a real challenge, but that's what they are required to do, is to take all statements that are submitted and condense them to one pro statement and one con statement. They then, as I think Janice was saying, they mail those to everyone. And those will also include, she was talking about the most economical, those will also include the pro and con statements on the state issues, such as the Raleigh Heath 103 school funding question. Anyone pro or con on any of the school districts' statements, on and on. I'm not going to try to re-describe how she talked about, as they are required to do it, or can do it in the most cost-effective way. I don't know if it's an individual mailing to each voter, or is it sounded more like a box folder mailing and local address, so it is distributed far wide. I know they keep stacks of it in the clerk's office. It'll be printed on a newspaper type of insert format, and then also they usually have some at the library. John, you want to further amplify on that? I thought okay, please.
Just to kind of follow up. Who is the editor of that? And it seems the clerk actually makes decisions as to which exact words are used from people's. Wow, it's a pretty powerful thing. And a question along that. I don't recall. I've seen these before. I've used them before. I don't recall ever seeing authorships listed in those.
They're not.
So whether George submits this, the board submits it, or Joe Smith submits this, is authorship taken into consideration with the editing of this by the clerk? So it really doesn't matter whether the board decides to submit this, or whether George decides to submit this, or whether we also decide to submit our individual entries.
Well, I think it does. Not that it's attributed in the final statement, but that you are handing something in. And I think there should be clear progression of how that gets handed in. George can do it as an individual, but when he uses staff time to gather information and then condense it into his statement, then it's a hybrid of a government statement and of George's statement.
And maybe I could, and I apologize, I clearly confused this because George didn't make this request. It has been the practice as the county has put ballot questions on, whether it be the Healthy Community Fund, whether it be the Healthy Rivers and Streams, the road question that went on, that staff has generated a draft pro statement associated with that, for informational purposes. And then I don't think there's been a consistent practice from there, at least not that I'm aware of, about how that's been handled by the board. But typically there's been some discussion at the board level to, I think, consider those pro statements with the goal of strengthening the pro statements, not necessarily, I don't know that they've been submitted as a board or not in the past. I don't know what that process has been. But quite frankly, this came, where George came in, as my understanding was that George was looking at submitting a pro statement. They were due at 4:30 on Friday. And so I apologize if I confused that issue. But these were generated, I think, consistent with past practice. I'm giving them to the board now so that you can decide. I probably jumped too quickly as far as identifying George as necessarily being the point person. It's just information.
Okay, let me have another question.
Yeah, Michael.
So John, then when they generate a pro statement, yes, John J-O-H. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. When staff generates a pro statement, or a con statement for that matter, that is not considered as actively campaigning, and that falls within the permitted practices.
Staff can generate a pro statement or a con statement if it's within the context of the production of informational background on a ballot question. And staff can generate that type of information and disseminate it to anybody who inquires of staff. Somebody comes in and knocks on the door. Could you explain to me how this question will affect my taxes? I live in such and such, or can you explain to me how this will fund some program? And that information can be prepared by staff and then disseminated to anybody who asks the question. So staff, in working with the question, in preparing a pro statement like this, which is basically a draft for the board to consider. The staff in this context is working for the board. And maybe that's how we should remember where we're at. This is a board meeting, so this is board action. What George does as an individual is outside the room, really. And anybody who wants to help George do something on his own is outside the room. So right now, I think the issue is staff having prepared that for the board. Does the board want to generate a pro statement for this, concerning this ballot question, and hand that into the clerk's office? And that is an action that you can do as elected officials if you want to. And if you don't want to, that's kind of the end of it. And if George picks up this same draft pro statement and does something on his own, or Rob does, or Jack, or whoever, that's a totally different item of business. Totally permissible, totally acceptable, but it's outside of the board meeting, so to speak.
Well, that adds clarity to what I was trying to get at.
Appreciate that. And let me ask a kind of further question from John, that's following up on your same line. I have asked that we generate some sort of frequently asked questions to be as unbiased as possible to explain this. And I have asked that it be vetted through your office for that even-handedness, and John as well as our manager. We've gotten not to a final point on that, is my understanding, but isn't that similar, that we...
I haven't heard that.
Okay.
And the dissemination of information to answer questions that are unsolicited by any member of the public or property owner is perfectly legitimate. To package those responses in a way that then disseminates information is getting closer to the line of campaigning for or against a particular question or issue. And that's something we can't do. So I haven't heard that before, so I haven't seen it. So I'd sort of like to take a look at that with the statute in hand to see how we go forward.
Absolutely. I mean, because that's why I was saying, well, if we're going to Snowmass Village as a municipality within our county, and we as a board have forwarded a question to the ballot, how do we explain either the history of this fund, why we are asking for the amount we're asking, that's what I mean by frequently asked questions.
The board, as the board, can explain its position any number of times, or can explain a ballot question any number of times as the board. You can make statements continually as much as on any topic concerning any ballot question as a board. And that's your prerogative. The issue then becomes more complicated when the board wants to use a county resource apart from just the meeting to be involved in an election. And responding to questions that are unsolicited is perfectly legitimate. Preparing fact sheets, like I said, I kind of want to see how that looks, and with the statute in front of me. So.
Okay, because again, I'm just trying to think, how do you explain the quote budget of the senior center or senior services, that ball of wax that a large part of this funding supports? I would feel uncomfortable generating my own numbers to say, well, 25% of the senior budget goes towards athletic and health and wellness, and 15% of the time is managing the transportation requests and schedule to RAFTA and things like that. So asking for accurate information.
You can do that.
Okay.
And you can talk about that information as much as you want here in a board meeting.
Okay. And beyond. As
a private individual, you can do.
Because if it's discussed in this meeting and we look, then it is public information.
But taking that information and, say, producing a mailer or a flyer or something, that's a little different.
Okay.
So that's,
even if it's a fact,
Yeah, because I want to see how it fits. It's one side of the story.
Yeah.
It's right. It's a question of balance and what you're doing.
No,
And like I said, if somebody inquires, you can respond. You can answer. Staff can answer. Anyone can answer that question, an unsolicited question. What happens with this? How does this thing work, or something like that? I just want to see whatever it is the board wants to do. I would take a look at it, and I would have the statute in front of me, and to make sure that we're proceeding appropriately. That's all.
Okay. I mean, I think a fairly good example was I asked Tom Oken, the last time we all discussed this, we were talking about $5.50 per 100,000 to reach that target number, and that what was currently collected was $4.19, to make sure I was accurate on those two numbers. And Tom's response was, well, given the new numbers that he has gotten back from the assessor's office, the collection from last year was probably more like $4.25 per 100,000, and it would need to be $5.55 collected in the future from the new tax. So that number had changed by 5 cents on one end and 6 cents on the other to be accurate. And so that type of information, to request that from the treasurer is appropriate, to make sure that I'm not
You or anyone
disseminating
can-
inaccurate information or anyone else.
Yes, you can request that information.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
Yeah, I had very much the same concern as Michael. You've made me comfortable that we're still walking the walk between, is it not Tabor that lays down the guideline here?
Tabor and the election code, which is the Fair Campaign Practices Act, which also dictates the involvement of public entities and public money.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable with that. I have no problem with the board submitting comments. Certainly everyone individually can do whatever they want. I like most of this. Honestly, I only deleted a few words and added one. So, but I guess I have a question. When we came up with our analysis, we agreed on 550. And I heard your explanation. I don't know how we go anywhere else.
The ballot language, I actually reviewed that as well.
It's the number that counts,
It's the number.
1.9?
It's the total number that's collected. The ballot language does not reference a dollar amount per assessed 100,000 of assessed values or something. That's a measure to quantify what it is to be. And those are the approximates that go around that, because it fluctuates every year as the assessor looks at assessed valuation.
Well,
I mean, we could pull the ballot language back in, but it is an exact amount to be collected.
that's what I surmised. But there's a discrepancy if it was 519. So it wasn't really 519, it was 525?
419.
It wasn't really
Well, thank you.
419, it was
I meant-
425 in the
It was
last year.
425.
Yeah, $4.25.
So we're really not adding an additional money here. What we're doing is clarifying the threshold and then the increase.
Michael?
Thank you.
Yeah, but it was misleading to have that discussion based on a mill levy amount, and then change that mill levy amount to match the necessary proceeds. We should have been talking in terms of dollars rather than the mill levy amount.
Well, the ballot issue does talk about that.
I know it does. I know it does, but our whole discussion was based on 419, 550, 6, whatever it was. And so that part, that's an approximation to where we were trying to get. But in the end, then this is the first time I've seen this figure, 555.
Yeah.
Then that looks different from our discussion. So I think, and this is just a thing for the future, I think then, if that's the case, if we're always talking about an amount of money that we need to raise, then we should talk about that amount of money rather than a mill levy amount that we're going to change in subsequent examinations by the county treasurer.
Yeah, it is clearly something about what it translates into. So from the dollar to what it translates into in ways that are understandable. And, it can be a mill levy that is reduced should property values climb, similar to the way it's been credited back on the general fund for many years and credited back on the open space and trails or things like that, and not collecting, quote, the full mill.
Yeah,
But the dollar is the cap.
Yeah, and
And not to exceed.
the one problem for taxation, seems generally, is that it's so complicated that the citizen is awash in details and confusions, and so we need to clarify our discussions so they're accurate, because what's reported in the newspaper is the mill levy amount, not the dollar amount.
I couldn't agree with you more, Michael, and kind of a footnote to that is this abatement hearing that's coming up in a week or 2 weeks. Whatever abatements happen will retroactively change the amount that was or wasn't collected there will be potential refunds to property owners that then reduce those mills kind of constantly change, oddly enough, because those are retroactive activities. And so it's a ball field that changes all the time. When the ski company wins its suit with the State Board of Appeals, their valuation is changed backwards for the 2009, 2008 years. It has to be redivided out appropriately among all the districts. So it does fluctuate.
I know, and my only point is that we as commissioners have to try to make tax collection and special districts and abatements and the whole thing more clear to our constituency. And because it looks to me like this is in this statement, this is the first time I've seen 555. It looks like we've been misleading somebody.
Yeah. Rob?
More clear and, in my opinion, hard-cold facts. And there's a lot of words, I see a few in here, but not many, that are often used without the knowledge. And, I caution the staff, if the county clerk was asked, how much of an increase is it? And they say, well, only this much. Mm-hmm. It's only a small increase of blah, blah, blah. That to me is a biased statement, mm-hmm. because that's an interpretation of a fact. Is this a big increase? Is this a little increase? It's an interpretation of the fact in a biased sense. This was passed with overwhelming support. What does overwhelming mean? I mean, someone's making a judgment that is or isn't. I would hope that the citizens of this county make decisions based on all the facts. And as such, I would hope that us as a board make decisions with all the facts. And all of these things have pros and cons. Let's hope that the thing that's best for our county wins out, no question. It's tough because I think, the pros and con thing, I'm a little worried about how the county clerk is going to handle, putting this together and analyzing the words, and that's a pretty powerful thing to do for those statements.
It's a constitutional duty that falls on the clerk, and what the clerks in all the counties generally do is take all those statements and try to look for the common theme. And the best expression of that theme wins out, and that's one that'll be reproduced, and the others get tossed. And until you get to the word limit, and you've covered the majority of the thoughts of the comments that are submitted, and if there are a lot of statements one way or the other, it's a little bit more difficult. If there's only one or two statements, then it becomes a little bit easier.
And my words have nothing to do with this particular ballot question. My words are just facts in general. Listening to one side of the story, and only one side of the story, gives a completely lopsided opinion after you've heard that one side of the story. And that's just the wrong way to make decisions when casting a vote.
I agree with that. The other challenge, and John, you may be able to give me a little illumination on this, but I understand it's not the clerk's duty or charge to try to, quote, verify facts throughout the process. Depending on the question, if it's should we bond to build a new 4-lane entrance, and someone says that will destroy the character of our town, it's not up to the clerk to say, well, what do you mean by destroy, or how do you destroy, or if somebody says, don't do this, it'll bankrupt the community. That's their con statement. They get to throw it out there and see if it sticks in people's consciousness. So that's another awkward part about this whole provision is they're not there to neuter all the comments down to what we all might consider a safe fact set.
That's correct.
Jack.
Yeah,
John?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll wait.
Rob, this statement actually in the first bullet is completely overwhelmingly true.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that people do use biased words.
But they can.
Now,
if it came from us, we ought to be a little more succinct, etc. But So I pose the question, is there, this can certainly, this is a draft. John, is this 500 words approximately? Any idea?
It's under, just under.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And this, no one says this is the final version, we ought to all read it and et cetera, but does the board agree with my statement that we should send this in as a board statement, not denying individuals the ability to do the same? Let's get to the heart of the matter here on the board side.
This may be a good time for me just to remind the board of Dwight's comments that these are due at 4:30 on Friday. So there's not a lot of time, again, for another board discussion on this. So.
Yeah, I'm driving to Junction this evening for the River District meeting tomorrow. I'm sure others have other commitments.
With the exception of the Citizens Review Committee, this seems pretty thorough, meaning including that good point about process.
I'm going to say what I think is going to be most effective for us putting out a statement like this. Because authorship is not published in this document when it's done, I think it's irrelevant who submits this for a prose statement for this particular use. I think it would be more effective if the Board of County Commissioners would come and have a prose statement that we ratify somehow or
in a resolution
of whatever, and say these are the facts, and whether it's a resolution of support or a resolution of facts, a resolution of beliefs behind this, because this is, again, one side of the story. This is the pro side, and there isn't anything that I disagree with here. These are all very true. It's not to say that there aren't a few con sides too, but I think that is more effective than this being specifically for this use. And I'm all behind getting the board together on figuring out what that document is, but from what I hear what happens with the county clerk's office, I think it's kind of irrelevant whether we submit this or a citizen submits this.
It's irrelevant to the point of inclusion in the Tabor mailing, but the board takes an action to forward a statement of pro statement to the clerk for inclusion into the mailing. That's an action of the board. So it's clear that this is the statement of the board and will get recorded and can be disseminated as such. And in fact, if the board wants to adopt it just on motion or generate a resolution right now and just move to resolve, and it'll be reduced and memorialized that way, then it will become reduced to writing, and that thing can be handed out by whoever wants to.
You can make a motion, Dan?
Well, I could. I just felt I wouldn't mind hearing a little feedback before I make a motion if it's a 1.5
Well,
unknown.
yeah, I would be comfortable forwarding these as an agreement among the board. I'd like it to be a unanimous vote. If there are reasons not to do that, then I think we just say we took the discussion as far as we could as a board and let an individual crib off of these or restructure them or shape them however they'd like, and the clerk do her normal duty of combining them as a whole. And so acknowledging and understanding others may send, quote, their other side of the story, but as a board that chose to forward the question to the public, I think that
I'll even call for a vote for this to be the resolution. In my opinion, these are
This is
all
the basis of it.
hardcore facts as to why someone should vote for this. But I'm not going to ignore the fact in the discussion that there are con facts, and we as a board are choosing not to put those forward with this. And that should just be said.
Okay. Okay.
So I move to, I don't know how I would word this being a whatever, but
You can move that the board resolve to adopt these pro statements and to forward these statements to the clerk's office pursuant to the requirements of TABOR.
I so move.
Okay,
I'll second that.
second that.
And is there any consideration of any change at all? Because this is it, and I think this says it quite well. I just had one word that I would have even added. First bullet on second page, as a community of people caring and helping, period. And I'd get rid of protecting our physical and social environment. I think what this is all about is caring and the end result of caring, helping. I just like that word caring in there, but I'm ready to go with this as is also.
Okay. I think because, for me, Jack, because people and people are twice in the sentence, adding
I was
caring.
getting rid of second people.
Okay. I can,
Or of caring, helping people. Just get rid of one.
of people caring,
Of caring, helping people. Or caring, helpful, whatever. Or leave it as is. That's probably the easiest one.
yeah, I'd rather leave it as is. I would add a little more hyperbole myself on the plus side, and I think this is fairly straightforward, so I'll leave this the way it is. So we have a motion, we have a second. Michael, you have a discussion point?
I'm just trying to refine the resolution. I mean, I think the Pickens County Commissioners resolved that that the following items are necessary, or let's see, are. Well, I'm not so worried about submitting it to the clerk. This actually isn't a very good statement for the clerk to. It's not really a statement. It's a series of points. So it's actually much more suitable for a resolution than it is to have the clerk try to. Because how do you actually call this? How do you call this down? I mean, so the resolution would be just. We feel that the passage of the Healthy Community Fund is important to the community, and here are various reasons we feel are important for support. So something to that effect, because it's more important as a resolution than it is as a statement.
Sure. We're going to have a separate opportunity as we get closer to formalize and pass a resolution of support if we'd like to. Let's just keep this to what it is.
Rob's motion did not include creating a reso.
No.
Did it?
I mean, I said that's something we'll
Yes,
have an
he did.
opportunity.
Yes.
That's what John
So this would be a resolution saying that these are pro statements that we are submitting to the county clerk's office for submittal in this process. That's what this resolution is saying. These are that we believe that these are all true in our minds statements of why someone should vote for this.
Yeah, but I just thought in what John said, I didn't hear, and I missed, obviously, the term reso. I knew what the purpose of for the clerk. And, I'm fine with the reso, too. I think there's many formats people submit.
Yeah, I've almost always seen them go in as bullet points for formatting. And I cannot remember, I'm sitting here thinking, what did we do on the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board? Did we just direct staff to submit them? Did we pass a resolution? Did we just walk them over there? I think we're kind of belaboring this a little long at this point.
I think there's two things you're trying to accomplish here, listening to the discussion. One is to agree on what you want to give to the clerk's office. There's been some information presented to you. If the board wants to do any more massaging to that, the board can do that. I think you made the decision that probably can go forward to the clerk. And then the second thing I'm hearing that the board wants to do is to have a resolution more clearly stating the board support than, what is in this. And that could be a follow-up action that the board could take. Staff couldn't participate in
One
that,
of us
but
as an
the board
individual would
could-
need to craft it.
Could craft a resolution.
No, we can prepare resolutions.
We can prepare the resolutions.
And I thought Rob wanted to resolve, as opposed to simply making a motion. It works either way. The board's actions can be resolutions or in the form of motions, and you can do it right now either way. But the motion that I said that Rob moved was to resolve to accept this series of pro statements and to forward this to the clerk for the purposes of the ballot pursuant to table.
Okay.
Or
Okay,
something.
and then Rob said so moved, and now we've had the motion restated on the table. I'd like to just move forward with that as a vote. Michael, I think you've expressed some concerns.
No, I was just looking for clarity, and Jack didn't know it was a resolution, so out of that discussion, we got Jack's some clarity, he seconded it, he thought it was a motion, it's a resolution, and so that's the reason to have these discussions.
Okay.
So I'm fine with it, and it's confined to the county, handing it to the county clerk. That's what I understand, right?
Okay. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? There are none. Thank you very much.
So it's not a resolution.
It is.
That's what I thought. It is a resolution.
Why did you say it?
Well, he states that we're just handing it to
forward
the
these
clerk.
first.
I wanted to make sure that.
Okay, John, you read the minutes to make sure we have that right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Yeah, I know. Other open discussion items.
Yeah, yesterday you had an interview for Citizen Board FAB, and as our custom, I wanted to seek guidance on how to proceed.
Okay. We did interview Marilyn Marks yesterday, Financial Advisory Board. Greatly appreciate her and any citizen's willingness to apply. Board, what is your pleasure? Would anyone like to nominate to move forward the application of Marilyn Marks, or to speak for or against? Jeff?
Yeah, my gut feeling, we all act different ways. Sometimes your gut tells you what's going on, sometimes your head, or a combination. My gut feeling says I'm not going to support Maryland for the FAA.
Thank you.
And I have to go with my gut on this one.
Michael?
I have a combination head and gut feeling about Maryland, and that is that I can't support her.
Okay. Rob, you?
I'll make a few comments.
Okay.
First, just in general, discussion of conflict. I actually looked the word up last night, which is a debate or discussion on an opinion. And it seems to me that we as a Board of County Commissioners often seek conflict. And we go out there and search, and we don't have a monopoly on that as elected officials. The various things that were mentioned about Marilyn, where she says, she was fairly proud of various things. She fought for what she felt is right. And our first statement on our operating agreement among ourselves is that we will assume good intent of people, that they're doing what they believe is right in their hearts in fighting for it. And that's what we do as a county on a lot of different levels. I don't think Marilyn, and she said yesterday, has ever turned someone down for a lunch, and I think there are a lot of people who have done that to her. I feel she's qualified for this position, and we don't want just someone who's going to be a yes person in this spot. This is the Financial Advisory Board. It's someone who is going to be advising the board on financial indices for our 1 to 5, 10-year budgeting process, working with a group of other individuals in an advisory role. I just find it incredibly hypocritical to be judging her desire to have conflict. And I don't know, I think that's what we do as a board, that's what we do as individuals. I would hope our citizens would fight for what they think is right. Just as we are spending $6,000 to come up with information to fight another government agency, the BLM, on what they potentially think is right and best for them. We are seeking conflict in that. On top of that, we have also discussed that we would potentially use that information in litigation against them. We are seeking conflict against them. It's the Financial Advisory Board, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, I support her application for this board.
Thank you. George?
I actually surprised myself, many others. I would support her as well. I think that she brings some background that would be helpful to the board, and I'm hoping that serving on a board in the county will actually help her have a better understanding in terms of how government works, which is quite a bit different than how private enterprise works. You can't just simply expect to do more with less, because our charge is much different than private sector. And I think this could help her understand that. And I think, so saying that, I can support her.
Thank you. Another one of those two twos. I have given this some thought since yesterday. I would agree that Marilyn speaks well for her beliefs and herself and her actions in the past. And I think Jack may have made a comment on some other issue, or maybe it was in that interview, to say, well, we've all had our share of controversy. You know, we all generate it, we all are part of it. And that's not my decision point. I think that robust and vigorous dialogue and discussion of the issues is important for all of us. It's important for Picken County. I believe in, and I believe we are, open and accountable and transparent in our deliberations, and particularly on budgetary matters. We're getting ready to go into some fairly lengthy budgetary items going forward. The Financial Advisory Board meetings are open meetings. They are publicly noticed meetings, and they are available to citizens for their participation going forward. At the end of the day, what I am making my decision on, and I will not support Marilyn's application for this board, is what I would like to describe as the tenor of the conversations that we try to engage in, that we try to hold multiple opinions and members who have multiple opinions in a dialogue that is respectful and non-personalized to the extent possible. And maybe times when all of us, exceed that internal limit for ourselves. But that when I think about people being able to disagree without being afraid that they will become the subject of a litigation of someone who they were serving on a board with, they won't see themselves become the subject of a scathing blog that really deeply personalizes an argument as opposed to stay on the facts. And I feel that Marilyn has produced a track record where those are very likely outcomes for her fellow board members, staff members, or anyone else. And maybe that's been an unintended consequence of her own pursuit of some of these goals. But I certainly have read through the Red Ant at various times and seen community members very, snarkily, and I realize Maryland has stepped away from that now, but that legacy remains, attacked personally for expressing their own opinions and for being a participant in a public meeting or for saying they were for or against a given development approval. And so I think that we need to make sure that we're creating a safe place for people to serve on boards, as opposed to, a safe place for those conversations. And I hope they engage in those conversations, but I have to think of the balance of the board. And when, someone to remain unnamed, asked me if I would apply for an opening for a board once, and it was when I was first getting involved, and I did, because I thought it was great, and I thought it was kind of honored they asked, and it was only later that I heard that that person was so difficult to deal with, everyone else on the board had resigned, and that's why there were vacancies in the first place. And I think that for all those reasons summed up, I think that we want to have a tenor that is different than I have seen Maryland bring in the past. So that
I've got direction.
Have direction on that. Thank you. What else do you have to bring us today, John?
That is it, I think, on my end.
Okay. Board members, we had kind of skipped over any open discussion that anyone else wanted to bring up before we go into an open executive session. Excuse me. Anything new? Anything new? Anything new? No, nothing. Great. That's it for me for open discussion. And John, I'll have you do the citation. We'll have to call for the motion to go into executive session. Then we'll allow Grassroots TV to close down their equipment, things like that, and we'll take a break during that time period and kind of reconvene. So
then I would ask the board to consider a motion to go into an executive session to discuss the future Pickens County oil and gas regulations pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4B.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? There are none. Thank you, Grassroots TV. We appreciate your service, and we'll take a break while that conversation